hello, everybody. Hello. It's good to see you all here today.
Wiener.
Yeah, Gleaner. If you haven't joined us yet before, welcome. This is our We Amz Goblinz Pathfinder 2.0 campaign. It says D&D in the category because all the other categories for tabletop roleplay are dead, like a ghost town with tumbleweeds. So that is why it is listed like that. If you would be so kind as to follow each and every one of the wonderful Twitch channels that you can see here on the right, that would be really awesome because they're dope. But with all that said and done, welcome. Happy to have you all here. Hope you guys are having a wonderful Sunday evening. We are continuing the shenanigans of our campaign. It is session 25. Damn, we're making steam. Things are progressing. We're getting up. Oops, sorry everybody. That I clicked a button.
What was that?
And there was ocean noises. It's cool. We're good. Don't pay no attention to the ambience behind the curtain. Anyways.
Are you just trying to make people go pee?
Maybe a little bit.
Hey, now you're into pee now? I thought it was just vomit.
Oh man.
Did she?
Did you think you were the 100 biddies?
Don't tempt her. She does have explosives on Desi. I'm afraid I'm not going to carry over the throw a random grenade at your target of your choosing into goblins, however. That will not translate well into something you can't quick save. So, outside of all that though, hello, welcome. Happy to have you all here. Before we get started, just a quick reminder, we have the Goblin Bullshit Pool. If you look in the bottom right, that is the grand total of points that we have accumulated so far for the Goblin Bullshit Pool. The more that we gain, the higher that number, we're going to start setting kind of like
Goblin
stretch goals
pizza
for
party.
that. Yes. At 500 Goblin Bullshit points, we will have a Goblin pizza party. But I may also consider... Oh, Cuber, thank you very much for the 900 bits, which brings us up one more pool. So essentially the way it works is... fucking Dixper. Yes, Effie still has her Dixper enabled. It will only affect her. But you are more than welcome to troll her if you would like with it. And just a little reminder to everybody.
We got 1 point.
Sorry, what?
Cuber gave 900, and then we had 100.
I updated it.
Oh, okay. I'm slow.
No worries.
I'll be over here.
But essentially what the Goblin Bullshit Pool is a reroll system, so the goblins can say Goblin Bullshit go, and they can take a point from the pool and use it to reroll their roll, and they have to live with it, and then whatever they regardless of whether it goes well or not, then they get a roll on the Goblin Bullshit Pool table. So like if somebody did it, bam, that would be what we get. Oh, that would have been a nice result. Some of them are positive, some of them are negative, some of them are just goofy. But essentially every contribution of $10 in revenue across bits, subs, and donations is an increase in the Goblin Bullshit Pool. So anything that ends up in our pockets. So when it comes to subs, we only count half of what is paid for subs because Twitch takes half of that, so it's not technically revenue for us. But outside of all that, yeah, that's how it works. And those of you who like what you see and enjoy our program, please feel free to contribute to the Goblin Bullshit Pool because it is a really fun time. And otherwise, yeah, let's goblins. Are you ready to rumble?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Well, in that case, let me go ahead and just we can get a little bit of nice.
I has popcorn.
Good, very good, Snooty. That's good to hear.
I have lemonade and beef sandwich. Yeah.
Oh, lucky. I have a Radiator. Yummy.
Oh.
Good
Yeah,
lemonade.
I give half of sandwich for puppycorn and
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then here lemonade. Yeah. Okay. Here. Oh,
thank you.
There we go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're good now.
Yeah. We're good now. Oh, hold on. Let me just
Oh, yeah, what? Yep. Okay, now, wait. Huh? No, it's good.
All right, everybody gets 2 XP, and we start the session. All right. Let me go ahead and hide this, and we'll return to the evening at hand. Has come to pass, and now, following a night of an encounter with the Sandpoint Devil in the new, shall we say, goblin residence, I suppose. In your newly acquired home, you all awaken in a pile on the bed, as you had gotten into the bed together.
Naked goblin time.
That's true. Newt and Snooty, you were completely naked. Hauled Oleg into bed with you. Denise likewise joined everybody, and so did Desi. And Ghoulie slept on the floor like a good dog. And Dixie slept in the bathtub. So you guys essentially are awakened by the distant sound of what sounds like somebody pounding on the door downstairs. Like a loud toot 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 toot. But like, you're so far up and out of the way of the main door that it's a very faint noise, but it does sound like somebody's knocking on the door trying to get your attention. So, as you all...
Snooty falls out of bed.
Okay. Okay.
Waking everybody up with my scream.
I
fell. Good morning.
Good morning. Everything is alright. And then I'm gonna pull Denise's hand off my fucking face and be like, this is better. And then I'm gonna try to get out of bed. And then fail. Because it was so comfy.
Alright, you're gonna
But I'm gonna try again.
Difficult to get out of bed.
I'm gonna try again. It's just so... Oh, I get out of bed.
Wow.
I'm not deterred by the comforts. The cushy, silky blankets. The precious, cloud-like pillows. The nest of warmth made by so many bodies huddled around each other. The snugs, the warmth, the toasty coziness that just suffuses my body. I will be strong as I sit up from this pile and feel the warmth and comfort leach from me as I face the cold, dreaded day. Alright, I'm out of bed.
Alright. What about you, Newt? So, did Newt make snoring noises, or was that just something else?
What? Newt?
Newt! Newt's dead!
Wow, that sucks.
I will check for pulse. Oh God, she was the bottom of the snuggle pile. Hold on, I will resuscitate.
What?
Well, there's currently goblin CPR going on right now.
Hey, Jasmine, you there? Jasmine.
Oh, no, they really are dead.
Aw, shit.
I see. Well,
What happened?
I don't know. I don't know where Jasmine is.
Jazzy.
She's not upstairs.
Does she know she's muted?
Jasmine, you're muted. Uh-oh.
Maybe she went to the bathroom real quick?
Maybe?
Honey, track her down. Be our bloodhound.
You want me to go downstairs?
Yes, corner her in the poo door. Shame her.
Alright.
Alright, perfect.
Alright. As this is going on, the shenanigans at hand, for some reason, despite your best efforts, Desi, it seems like Newt is alive and breathing. She's just in a very deep, kind of unconscious state. and nothing you do, like you slap her around, you perform CPR, nothing seems to be able to awaken her from her current state. However, the loud banging still continues. And Denise and Oleg, they both kind of like groggily, and Oleg sees. Oleg awakens to, on his left, he sees Desi atop a nude newt performing CPR, which he definitely misinterprets. And also a completely nude Snooty on the right, and his face goes bright red, and he just kind of shoots out of bed and goes, "Oh, I gotta use the bathroom," and he.
Oh no!
I do not know what is wrong with him. I will add it to my science log later. But
do we still hear the banging?
Oh yeah, it's somebody's like knocking on the door, basically, like they need attention from somebody here.
Let's go.
My medical science
still nude
says
as ever.
that
Are
she
you
just got too comfy.
I'm gonna slide down the banister.
Oh, she's back inside.
Oh, okay.
She's what?
She's back inside. I don't know if
Hi.
she was in the backyard chilling.
Oh, hi.
I had to go check on my dog. I heard him barking a bunch. I wanted to make sure he wasn't, fighting an animal or something.
Gotcha.
Understandable.
Oh, I wasn't trying to do that, but I did it.
So, anyways, you got resuscitated with a nat 20.
Yeah, I was performing CPR on you.
No.
All right. So you're going down to the door too.
Is this what wives do?
She asked an empty room to dentist.
All right. So meanwhile, Desi, you
Delayed
are
CPR.
Desi, you are going down the stairs on the banister. You don't. It's kind of an awkward experience, but eventually you end up on the ground. Do you make any commentary about Snooty going to answer the door completely nude, or does that just seem normal to you?
Well, when you have a friend and they do things, but you love and accept them, and so it's maybe a little off, but you just kind of let it happen anyway. Like I don't know, they put ketchup on bread and think it's a sandwich, and you think it's, you know it's wrong, but you don't have the heart to tell them. Yeah, this is one of those situations.
All right. So as the two of you, along with Ghoulie, are going to it's the morning now, and the rays of sun are kind of like shining through the repairs of the windows that have been broken, and the doors are and the roof are very rough. The entryway to this building is looking pretty rough, for sure. And as that is going on, Oleg, who had excused himself to go use the bathroom, opens the door and enters into the bathroom. And Dixie, do you awaken, or are you still fast asleep? He doesn't know you
Oleg
went to bed in the
opened
bathtub.
the door?
Yeah, he opened the door and started going in. He doesn't know that
90%. She's a super light sleeper, I've learned over the time I've done this. Oh!
All
it was
right.
fairly low for me, but
As you're lying in the tub, which is much larger than you, and you can't see over the edge of it, you hear the door open, and somebody entering in at a quick pace. Do you wish to rise up out of the bathtub and see who it is?
I think for now, since I rolled solo, I'm just going to do my best to ignore it.
Okay. Oleg. Oleg, not pausing to actually. You know what? Let's give him his perception roll. Also, Chariot TV, thank you very much for the raid. We appreciate that. Let's go ahead and boop. All right. Oleg is about to sit down and start using the bathroom when he looks over at the bathtub and sees just the kind of like brim of Frank, and stops for a minute, like with his hands on the rim of his pants, and he goes, Dixie, is that you?
Do you like just running into people's Do you run into the bathroom normally when women are in there?
I didn't know you were. Did
Get
you?
out!
Ah! He gets up off the bathroom and just out the door and into the hallway. Kind of desperately searching around for an alternative option. Do you get up and start your day, Dixie? Was that you falling out of the tub?
Yeah.
Oleg starts looking around in the rooms to see if he can find like another bathroom. And as he's doing that, meanwhile, Denise is like, she's like fawning over you, Newt, and she's really concerned as to why you aren't waking up. And as she's doing so, Newt, how do you want to react?
I was deep in thought.
She gets like a little surprised look because you literally open your eyes and say that to her, and she's like, ah. She goes, oh, Newt, are you okay? We tried to resuscitate you.
I was deep in thought.
Thought about what?
The idea of thinking.
Oh. I see.
Oh, no, now you got me thinking about it again. She's gonna stare off.
Alright. As that's going on, meanwhile, at the front door of the manor, whatever, the loud on the door can be heard, and Snooty, you go up to the door, and do you just unlock it, open it?
Is there one of those like little latch things that go across like what you would have on an apartment door?
Yes.
Is like what? Cool. Is I call Ghoulie over and I latch that. Then I open the door.
And you call Ghoulie over to do what?
So I can climb on top of him to reach the latch thing to latch it.
Are you gonna sit on Ghoulie while you open the door?
Yes.
So like when you answer the door, you'll also just be atop Ghoulie.
Yeah.
It's 2 fucking left doors. What the fuck?
Don't ask me. You know what? It was an oversight, but you know I am very appreciative of the map labor that Athane did, so I'm not going to call it into question. All right.
No, I think we should fully embrace it. We
Newt
have
just
2 left
when
doors.
Newt fixed the doors, they installed the doors that way.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So you open the door crack, and you can see the familiar face of Sheriff Baylor peering through the door. And you open it up about as much as the chain will allow. And he looks at you, and, like, completely unsurprised, just kind of stares at you. And he goes...
Sounds right.
So I assume the chaos that happened here last night is a result of your efforts?
No, fine demon.
What?
Yeah,
There
was
was
if-
a horse. And it was flying. And it was scary. Look what it did to our door.
He looks at you and goes, your door?
We have the deed. It's our house.
Yeah, this is our residence legally at this time and juncture.
Windows are broken, right?
Yeah, both
One
the
of them
windows
is,
are
yeah.
just... They're
Okay.
both boarded up.
Oh.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Did you want to... I mean, you could
Do you want me to box you up again? Or are you gonna leave us alone?
Dixie, you know, he's just doing a wellness check.
This is our property.
Well, yeah, I know legally this is our property now, but, you know, he does not know that, and we did not put up the sign for private properties. So.
Why doesn't he know that? We legally own it. You should have talked to the
Because we got
people who know
told to
the
go
legal
talk
stuff.
to the mayor today.
We already talked to the mayor.
Well, I mean, I didn't get to show her the deed.
Oh,
Because, we were at the place. She said, come back tomorrow.
yeah, when we were naked and
Yeah.
covered in oil.
Oh, yeah, but we were not naked and covered in oil. But, now we're not covered in oil, but we are naked, so.
I'm not.
Oh.
Baylor is just staring
Huh.
at all of you having this conversation for a moment, and then he goes, I had reports from the caretakers of the other 2 estates in the area that there was loud noises and conflict here on the property. I figured I'd check it out this morning, as they seemed very concerned, and I suppose it was just a byproduct of your presence here.
No, hold on, I show you. Desi's going to run upstairs real quick to go get her hat.
Okay. Meanwhile, as
And
that's
just her hat.
Okay.
I'm just gonna put my token over here to symbolize that.
Meanwhile, Oleg is, he doesn't know where the bathroom is, another bathroom is, but he does see Dixie leave and go down the stairs, so he rushes over to the bathroom. And as he's doing so, Denise, is just kind of like, are you, she's like putting her hand on your forehead, Newt, and wondering like if you're sick. And she's like, do you feel okay?
Thought done. Jumps up.
Alright. So
Heads
she's like,
downstairs.
completely naked as well, I assume.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, alright, cool. So you just get up and start floating, and Denise is just like, and she looks like a little, she's just startled for a moment, and then she goes, wait, as you're like a little ways out into the hallway. Do you wait, or do you just keep going?
Let's keep going.
Alright. She's like, Newt, you gotta, if there's guests, you have to, oh goodness.
Who's at the door?
It's just Sheriff Baylor. Hi.
Sheriff Penis Head, why are you at our home?
He thinks that we caused a disturbance.
Newt's gonna go to the other door. Since this door's open with the chain, and they're peeking, they're just gonna open this one wide open and step out.
Okay, so you open the door wide open, and the 2 guards who are with the sheriff, immediately their faces turn red as they see 2 naked goblins and just turn their heads. But the sheriff just seems unfazed. He's like another day.
Can I help you?
The sheriff looks at you and goes, Newt, I had reports that something had attacked this house last night. I was coming to make sure.
It was a flying H word that let out a death with me.
What is an H word?
Horse.
Ah!
It's so scary. I'm trying so hard not to cry.
Our windows out and broke our door, and then I had to stare it down and have an intimidation contest, and it left.
Yeah, Newt T-posed for dominance.
Like this. Imitates T-posing. Hold on. Where is... here we go. He posts down for dominance at him to show him.
I'm gonna need you to do that again, but with disadvantage as well. So do another roll and pick the lowest of the 2. Alright, the 13 it is. I'm going to roll for the sheriff. He looks at you for a moment, and then he just kind of thinks, and he sighs and he says, you say you have access to the deed to this estate? Turning to the rest of the group.
Oh, yeah. Does he? You don't hand it to him because then he can say we don't own the place. But you get the deed.
I just got it back here. Hold on, one second. Desi's gonna use her hat of the Magi to prestidigitation a small token that the horse looked like, and she's gonna hand it to Baylor. It's gonna be, it's gonna look like that picture you showed us last time, the horse with the wings and the death and the whinnying and the hooves, and just really terrible shit. And then she's gonna hand it over, and then she's gonna go get the deed.
He looks at
Yeah,
the image.
it looked just like that.
He looks consternated. Like, he looks like a little upset, and he was like,
He needs more fiber.
oh my god.
I was about to say
Constipated,
that.
not constipated.
I was about to say that.
My brain cell. Mom said it was my turn.
All right. Yeah, that's, here you go. Fucking eyebrows on, XP goes out, we resume. He looks at the image, and he looks a little upset. Like, he doesn't... The impression you get from him looking at it, he turns to look at you all and says, "How intoxicated were you all last night?"
None. We had no alcohol.
We were just on our way back. You can ask dentist and the red-faced orc guy.
Oh,
Frank,
you know
did
what
you
we
drink
can say?
anything?
You know who had seen us and knows we did not drink any alcohol? The people at the Pixie Kitten.
Oh yes, last night was your wrestling match.
Yeah.
I know
And they
you're
had
jealous to be
Seen
there.
us.
Shut the
Yeah,
fuck up.
you must have been so jealous because those two guards were there and you weren't.
He turns to look at the guards, and they're like,
In fact, I think half of your force were there, truthfully.
And honestly, you probably should have been there because there was an incident, and it would have been nice for the sheriff to actually step in and do something about it. But I
Yeah.
know that you don't do your job very well, so it's okay. I don't blame you. I know it's just because you're not good at it, but don't worry, we'll have a good sheriff soon.
God.
Baylor, looking at you, completely nude, floating 1 foot above the ground in front of everybody, just kind of narrows his eyes a little bit and says, "The mayor informed me of what choices were made as a result of pointing to Dixie. That one's indiscretions. So I am bound by law."
I could theoretically have another accident again.
What was
You don't
that?
shut the fuck up.
Dixie, you
Also,
have the right to remain silent. Shh.
Europe, thank you very much for that raid. We appreciate it. Oh my god, I can't type.
Look at that good bean, dude. What the fuck?
Like, I think I typed it correctly. Did I type it correctly? I think I did. I did it.
Your FB, the real B, dude.
Alright, cool. Yeah, Euro, thank you very much for the raid. We appreciate it. Hope you're having fun, whatever you're doing. Welcome to the Goblin Shenanigans. All of you who are new here, thank you for joining us. We hope you enjoy the show. We don't talk a lot audibly to chat when we do these shenanigans, but please feel free to type in chat and we will respond in text. But hey, Dixie, you're threatening the sheriff, yes?
I mean, who knows? Who knows what I was doing? I was just said words, right? And they can be interpreted how they get interpreted by whoever's hearing them.
The sheriff takes a moment to think about his current situation with the previous intimidation of the nude goblin in front of him, and also sizing up the realistic element of the fact that you one-shot one of the town bullies with basement lightning. He kind of weighs his options and decides that mayhaps this is not something he wishes to deal with. So he just kind of sighs and says,
Yeah, it's probably not something he wants to deal with, because, I mean, he's not even willing to handle the real problems, right? So why would he handle this?
"Oh my god."
Don't
Baylor,
worry, Sheriff Penis Head. You will soon be able to enjoy your retirement.
oh my god. Desi,
I
you
know,
come
you
back with
can thank
the,
me whenever you want.
you come back with the deed, yes?
If you live that long.
Yeah. Desi's just gonna look at the sheriff like she's actually sorry for these guys' behavior. And she's gonna be like,
Yeah, sorry that they are not used to human customs yet. This is
Wait
the
a minute,
deed that we
isn't
have.
Dixa supposed to be
I was
used to
literally
human
raised on
customs?
human customs.
I
I
think-
know what I'm doing.
I think Dixa's just being a what's the
Oh.
human word for it? It starts with the B.
Yeah, I know what
Bee.
you're talking about. Yeah, she's being a beat.
Yeah.
No. Buzz, right? Bee.
Oh, is it a bee?
Is it a B?
Does start with B, yeah. Maybe it is B.
Baylor
Yeah,
notices
Buzz,
the
Buzz.
document. The Baylor
Yeah,
notices
she's
the
being a
document
buzz
in your
buzz.
hand, Desi, and points to it and says, "Is that the deed to that estate?"
Correct.
and she's gonna unfurl it and hold it up, but at the same time she's gonna go,
Dixie, if anybody reaches for it, box me in, please.
The sheriff, with his hand on the hilt of his weapon, just leans forward a little bit to read the text, and then just sighs and closes his eyes, and he says, "All right, well, this is a matter for the mayor, then. I recommend you check in with her as soon as possible."
Thank you. It's not like we thought of that and told you we were going to do that before, but thank you for suggesting the thing we just told you we were going to do. You should also think about doing sheriff work while we're naming things that are obvious.
Oh my god. He's breaking this poor man's balls.
Sheriff Buff, I understand that it is early in the morning,
Or
so
pack your desk too.
Oh my god!
I mean my desk.
shit! I can't see the shade, it's so thick! I have dark vision, what the fuck?
This dude is Newt's enemy because he didn't help Stu at all. He didn't even care that Stu was kidnapped.
You know what? I'm going to go get you guys some apples from the pantry. I will be right back.
As Desi leaves to go to the pantry, he just looks. He looks a little bit into the distance, like at no particular individual, just kind of like, so this is my life. And then he just goes, points to Newt and Snooty. "It is generally a wise decision to wear clothing when answering the door for one's guests."
I'm sorry, is this your private property?
It is
You're
not.
on our private property, so
Yeah. I'm pretty sure we can wear whatever we want when we're on our own private property. I thought you would know that because, you're the sheriff. But, it just keeps showing how little you know about the law.
I'm glad that none of us took vicious mockery because this man would be dead. He would be dead 3 times over. His son
No,
would
I
have
can't
taken
get
up
that
sheriff.
yet.
He would have died.
I have a few more levels until I can get vicious mockery, so.
The guard. You can hear the guards stifling laughter as they're just standing there, like trying to look like they're on attention. And Sheriff Baylor just kind of stops as you're all saying this, looks around, turns on his heel, and just fucks off.
Have
down
a
the
good
road.
day, sir. Excuse me, guards. What were your names?
Oh, fuck you.
Jimmy
Yeah,
and
what is
Donald.
the
Jimmy
full names?
and Donald, I appreciate you guys trying to do your best at your job with such bad management. But don't worry, soon your job will get much easier. Have a good day.
They're called Dimmy and Jonald. There we go. I fantasied them.
Okay. Dimmy and Donald, here are some apples and some cheese slices. One is for the sheriff. We are sorry that the other people are not as cultured as you would expect. I would give you something to drink, but we haven't figured out where the water comes from yet. So
Desi, I wouldn't spend time alone too close to people who paid to see you naked.
What?
Seems dangerous.
Dixie, stop talking, please.
The two
Anyway,
guards.
there is apples and cheese. You have a good day. Bye.
Have a
Yes.
good day, guards. I will see you when I move into my office.
Slams door. Then slams other door.
Yeah, they don't really slam together. The double laughs.
I know we haven't talked to the mayor, but I mean all the blunders he keeps making. This sheriff position is basically mine. He has no chance. He's just constantly messing up.
The two guards are like walking away. You hear like the distant conversation of like, "Oh, it was really nice of them. Get a little on-duty snack." And he's like, and they make some remarks about naked goblins that you can fill your own imagination gaps with as they're walking away. And as they're doing that,
so thick.
Oh my fucking
god! Denise just kind of she wasn't coming down the stairs while everything was going on until she felt like she was staying out of sight, and she comes down the stairs as soon as you close the door, and she just looks bemused but also red in the face, like a little embarrassedly, and she goes, "You handled that well. Bit of advice maybe for the future. Put something on for the sake of people who come to the door. I know it's your house now and you can do what you want, but generally we aren't you don't answer the door naked."
But why can't we do that in our own house?
You can be naked here all you want if that's what you want to do. Much to poor Oleg's chagrin. But answering the door naked, while not illegal, can become a point of controversy in town.
Yeah, I think it would
Fuck, have you heard all of those goblins that answer their door naked? I think I'm gonna go.
Why do you have a weird accent?
Why are you saying that way?
Frank, why?
Is that Frank talking?
What
No,
is
Frank doesn't
happening?
talk that
Out of
way.
character! You guys could tell it was a different voice. You guys are sluts.
Why are you screaming at
I'll
us
tell you
now?
who's a slut. Is that fucking Ripper Docker that didn't sell me my fucking bottle wire for 25 fucking street cred. Anyway.
I love you guys.
I'm worried about Dix. I think he might need to lay back down.
Yeah.
I hate that if you break the fourth wall, I'm going to strangle her. Anyways.
Meanwhile,
anyway, I have not told these people what the benefit of robes are.
Oleg comes down the stairs as well and is like, he stops and doesn't know what to do with himself because he can see that Snooty is now riding a wolf naked, and that Newt is just idly hovering there completely nude, and he's just looking a little lost. And he just goes, I'm gonna go make who wants breakfast?
I'll take some breakfast.
Food. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Sure, I guess, yeah.
I'm gonna go do the breakfast. Yeah, I'm gonna do. He just like rushes into the
For
kitchen.
For some reason, I am hungry like I wrestled, I don't know, somebody twice my size.
Should we go? When should we go talk to Demir?
After breakfast and food and clothes.
Oh, okay. I'll go put on clothes.
All right.
Okay, good idea.
Denise nods and she says, "Well, I will get the table ready for breakfast, and we can sit down and enjoy a little bit of food together. And then, yes, we should probably go check in with the mayor about this building."
Oh, yeah, that too. We should check on in the mayor about that too.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
After we talk to her about the sheriff situation.
That poor sheriff. You need to give him a break. That man needs to heal.
He needs to go into his retirement and enjoy his final years.
Oh my god. I'm gonna lose my shit.
All right. So Denise goes and prepares the food and everything, and she helps with food preparation and preparing the table and getting everything ready. Oleg gets all the food ready and starts making what is what's like a, I guess, potatoes and like ham or some shit. I suppose would be like what would be
Your potatoes and ham.
How dare you?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it'd be like bread, potatoes, like fried up, I guess, and some like bacon. Yeah, bacon, potatoes, and bread will be what he makes for dinner. Breakfast.
I want eggs.
There are no eggs.
This dumb motherfucker doesn't even know where to find eggs.
There are no chickens on the property.
What a bad butler.
Oh my Oh my god.
See, did you wake up on the wrong side of the bathtub?
You have no context. You have no idea where I was sleeping.
Did you wake up on the wrong side of the place you slept?
Meta knowledge.
See, this also kind of
What is
seems
meta?
like,
Oh my
you know,
It's
it's a shitty Facebook takeover.
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
Probably be burned to the ground. It's on its way, though. It's fine.
All right, as breakfast is being prepared by Denise and Oleg and everything is being set in position, Desi, what are you doing before breakfast?
Well, first of all, I'm heeding your desperate attempts to get us on track, so thank you. I will, I'm working with you there. Your finger guns. Pew, pew, pew. I'm gonna go get dressed first, and then after I get the deed and everything, I'm gonna pack my pack. I'm gonna make sure everything's fine. The thing is going into a beeswax sealed tube, and gonna keep it nice and safe. And I'm gonna tuck that down the front of my clothes around my neck, so it doesn't go anywhere. And then I am going to take my book and a variety of other things, such as my writing utensils and such, and I'm going to sit at the table. And I'm going to make a note of what Oleg made for food, how he cooked it, and how he presents it. Because, I have to make an entry under the science log. This is a wonderful and unique opportunity to learn the breakfast habits of the elusive Oleg.
Okay. Snooty, what do you do before breakfast is ready?
Snooty grabs, if there's any type of, like, on the windows, like, curtains, she just rips one down, wraps herself in it, and then goes into the dining room and just sits down.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's sort of like robes.
She does like the thing where it goes around her like a cape, that she does like a little tuck situation, wraps it around, and it's like how you would probably see like goblins wear if they find just random cloth before they start figuring out how clothes work. It's great.
I was just imagining you like the little Sultan from the original Aladdin. How poofy he looked because his clothes were just red. He looked like he's swaddled. Silly little hat. Yeah.
I can get behind that. As you do that, Ghoulie also comes in and looks a little confused as to like what you're doing. And he sees that you sit down at the chair, So he, like, without changing his form, he just jumps up in the chair and is sitting there, like a dog just sitting in a chair.
What a what a good gentleman.
She like doesn't know the word for it.
Ghoulie just kind of gives like a slow nod to you, like a yes, like I am good, gentle dog. He does look a little confused at the table though. But we'll get back to that before we continue with the morning breakfast routine. Newt, what do you do before breakfast is ready?
I will go and Desi, how are we deciding what is whose room? Do we get to pick?
That is a good question. Let me think for a moment. Usually, in societies where people get married, they usually share rooms. So I guess, honestly, whatever rooms we like, we keep, and then we have some for guests, like Dentist and Oleg. Oh, and Dixie.
Can we live in the secret bookshelf room? Because it has a cool door. Can we make a goblin bed in there?
I mean, we could, yeah. And then we could close it at night like a den.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go gather stuff to make goblin bed.
Wait, hold on one moment. You have to eat food.
This is what we're doing while we wait for food, is what Silver said.
Oh, gotcha.
Newt's gonna start
Sorry.
chopping down trees and gathering stuff and carrying it back into the back room.
Oh no!
So everyone just keeps seeing Newt walk in carrying reeds and leaves and logs and stuff and walking back and forth.
I want fan art done of Desi sitting on her ass, scratching her head, looking at a pamphlet that says Itria, like IKEA, but Itria, and then Newt just dumping random shit in a pile next to.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, that's just all my brain thought.
Alright. Feel free to choose where you'd like to sit at the table, Newt. And I'll check in with Dixie. Alright, Dixie, what do you want to do before breakfast is ready?
I would like to, Oh, wait, we slept.
Yeah, you guys, you did.
What?
You get all your spell slots back.
Yes!
Everybody gets all their spell slots.
We get the deepest sleep.
Large with one hit.
Bam.
There was a button for sleep, right? Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll sit as far away from everyone else as possible.
Wow.
Newt, did you bother getting dressed before
Hey, Desi,
breakfast?
shut up.
Or
I'm
you
still
just...
closest to you and Denise.
Yeah, Newt got close.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure if Oleg's breakfast was going to be awkward or not.
Oleg, why is your breakfast just 2 over easy eggs and a sausage?
Oh, goodness. All right, so Oleg...
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
Oleg brings out plates of... Oh, yeah, you guys. So, Oleg goes around, and as everybody's sitting down, so first he brings out some food for Snooty, and then he brings out some food for Denise and Desi and Newt, gets himself a plate, gets a plate for Dixie, and then he stops for a minute and just, looks at Ghoulie, who's just, watching him the whole time. He looks a little thoughtful. He goes into the kitchen, and he comes back out. You hear, a loud thunk, kind of with a meat cleaver. And he comes out and he puts a plate with the hand of the guy that you brought in last night on it. And he kind of like looks at it with a grimace and just puts it down in front of Ghoulie. And Ghoulie just like looks at you, Snooty, and around as like kind of like a "can I eat" kind of thing.
Once everyone is sitting at the table with their food, you can eat.
So Ghoulie nods and watches intently as Oleg is like the last one to pull his chair back and is about to sit, and Oleg is just looking at Ghoulie, and Ghoulie is looking at Oleg, and there's like a brief moment where Oleg is just like very slowly lowers himself into the chair, and as soon as he sits down and skirts in, Ghoulie just like starts tearing at the fucking hand on the table.
Amazing. And then as immediately as that happens, Snooty also just dives into her food, same velocity and ferocity.
Alright, so you guys on the other end of the table see Ghoulie just like one paw up, holding the hand in place as he tears fingers off and eats them, and Snooty is just like like shoveling the food in her mouth. Denise is looking horrified at that side of the table. Newt, how are you consuming your meal?
With eating with my hands.
Alright, what about you, Desi? Do you use a fork?
I'm gonna do a society roll to see if I know how to use silverware good enough to teach Newt.
Oh god. Okay.
Pray for my immortal soul.
Hey, yeah, you definitely understand the function of cutlery.
Okay. Alright, here. Look, here, I show you Newt. Okay, this is called a fork. It is like a mini stabber. And you know what? It does just that. It is a stabber. And here is a little knife. Now, what hand is your dominant? This one. Okay, here. Here's fork. Other one has knife. What you do is you stab food with fork and you cut off bite with knife. And then without poking yourself in the mouth, you put it in your mouth and bite the food gently so you don't hurt your teeth on the metal. And then that is how you eat without using your hands. Because in polite society, having dirty hands full of food and worms and bugs is considered a fox paw.
Oh, they eat with fox paws?
No,
That's what
eating
I
with
thought
fox
she said.
paws is bad. We will, I'll get to Snooty here in a moment. But as sheriff, you're going to have to learn how to use cutlery because no one is going to respect a sheriff that has wormy hands full of food. So, yeah.
But what if they respect me because I do my job well instead?
They would be like, yeah, she does her job real well, but have you seen her wormy, foody hands? Gross.
What if I think it's gross that they have non-wormy hands?
Well,
That's
remember
a good point.
Remember when I told you that humans were delicate and they get sick real easily? This is how they do not get sick. So honestly, you are helping save them.
Oh, got you.
Dixie, are you eating like a proper lady?
Well, I wasn't, raised by fucking wolves, so no.
What?
You're
What?
not
No,
eating
you're
like a
not.
proper
You're not
lady?
eating like a proper lady.
No, of course not. I'm sorry. Who do you think I am? I'm eating in a way that I assume a proper lady would, but it's not. It's like it's kind of embarrassing, I'm holding my fork like instead of like, holding it all nice and neat, I'm holding it like the whole thing in my fist with like the fork bit coming out the bottom end, and I'm kind of just scooping it into my mouth off of the bottom of the plate.
Denise
You
is
know what I
just
mean?
like, yeah, she's watching all of you various goblins eat with just like fascination.
And I'm holding my pinky out as well.
Okay, perfect. Snooty, do you take note of that, or are you too busy scarfing?
She like in mid scarf stops, looks at everyone with forks, that are holding forks places food down, grabs fork, like backwards, and then like starts eating it backwards.
Turn it around.
Like, so she has the fork in her hand, like as if she's stabbing it. So when she picks it up, instead of it being towards her, the food's away from her, and she's flipping it up into her face.
But she's a little confused, but she has the spirit.
And then she starts eating back at the same speed that she was eating at before, but this time with a fork in hand.
I will consider this a great success.
Oleg and Denise kind of share a look where they're just kind of like, they shake their heads as like silly-ass goblins, and then they just start digging into their breakfast. Oleg trying very hard not to notice Ghoulie. Just not look at him. And Denise, like, just kind of focusing more on her food. But eventually, as all of you finish your breakfast and plates are gathered and everything is cleaned up, you all return to sitting at the table for the time being, and Denise goes, "Okay, well, I guess all that really is left today, now, at the start of the day, is to go see the mayor and see about confirming your ownership of this residence. It might be a difficult matter to convince them to honor your ownership of it, but I, at least myself, will, do my best to make the argument that you should be entitled to the property, considering that the Garnettis are scum and are gone now.
Well, according to law, regardless, this place was considered abandoned because no one is living here. The Scartidis either have fled or abandoned the property, and if they had taken the deed with them, none of this would have occurred. Legally, I have done a takeover of the property based on abandonment and legal claim to the right documentations. So, trust me, my uncle, Danny DeCito, worked in real estate.
Denise nods and says, "Well, if we're going to get anything done on that front today, I guess we should head to the town hall as soon as possible, and then, depending on how that goes, I guess we'll see what comes of the rest of the day. Is there anything any of you need to do here before we all head out towards the town hall?"
No, other than board up the windows so nobody can come in, and probably find that's about. Oh, you know what we should buy when we go in town?
What's that?
Chickums.
What?
Chickums.
Chick. Do you mean chickens?
Yeah, those. The squawky birds that lay eggs.
Oh.
Yeah, they are good. Yeah, because grazing animals are important for the health of property and keeping the grass tended to and lush. Goats are very good for this purpose. They also, have a lot of benefits. Otherwise, you can milk and eat them, as well as the chickens eating pest crops and other things that would affect maybe if we made a garden. So I think chickens and two goats. I want to name one of the goats, Annabelle, and the other one I want to
name one Bobby.
Yeah, that one too. And then the chickens I want to name Peeps and
we should name one after the former sheriff too, in honor of his retirement.
Yeah, we'll name the cock Mr. Penis Head. There we go.
Oh my god.
Yeah, then we have two chickens and two goats.
Denise stifles a laugh and she says, yes, if we do get a rooster, I'm sure we could name it after Sheriff Baylor." And she looks a little bemused and says, "Well, tell you what, if we do confirm ownership of the property, then
When?
yes,
It is a matter of
when we confirm ownership of the property, then we can go ahead and buy some chickens and some goats and a rooster.
Okay.
She nods and says, but anything else around the property, or should we all head out?
Desi, is there anything else you can think of that we should be doing?
Maybe get some things for the house at the market, but other than that, I think we should be fine. It might be good to get maybe like that. You remember that donkey? The donkey we rode in on.
Yeah.
Oh, the rabbit cow.
Yeah, the
Newt
rabbit
wasn't
cow.
there.
Oh yeah, Newt wasn't there. Sorry,
I
Newt.
wasn't there.
I owe that donkey a favor. I don't remember why I owed that
How do
donkey a
you
favor.
own a rabbit cow favor?
Listen, I don't. Well, I mean, it saved. Look, it doesn't matter because you're going to listen. Wife. You know what I think would work really well for your station if you had a glorious carriage pulled by a rabbit cow that could carry things between town and here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool.
All right. Denise.
Listen, I play Clueless Wife well.
Denise just decides that she's not going to keep bringing up the fact that you probably shouldn't be making plans for a place until you confirm the ownership, and just is more enamored with your enthusiasm. And so, unless there's any other last little things you guys can think of on the property, I will take us over to the town hall.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Well, in that case, let me see if I have something that works well for this at the moment. I do not. All right, cool. I have no town hall ambience, so we'll just go to the usual shenanigans I use and go from there. All right, meanwhile, boop, copy all these tokens, and now we head on over to the town hall. I nearly sent us to the town wall. That's not the right one. Alright. Activate. Go. Town hall. Engage.
Town hall has been engaged. Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does Ghoulie come with, or do you set him as guard again, Sweetie, by
Guard
the way?
dog.
Okay.
And she has Oleg carry her the whole way because of it.
Okay.
This only extols the benefit of having the rabbit cow pull the cart.
Alright. Listen, I'm a very lazy person as this goblin, so like
I get it. I get it. You don't need to. We're good. All right. So eventually, as you make your way through the town and head over towards the town hall, you can. There's some interesting talk as you're progressing through the streets of town. Some people are, when they see you go walking by, there's kind of like a, rumor discussion sort of situation going on where some people are pointing and talking, and some of them are laughing, and some of them are pointing at Dixie, and there's like hushed kind of like concerned conversation. And eventually, as you guys make your way to the town hall, it seems pretty dead today, but eventually making your way upstairs in the company of Denise and Oleg, all four of you, along with the two of them, enter into the mayor's office, and Kendra greets you all, and she has a brief moment where she's like, I don't know, I don't have enough chairs. She just kind of gestures around the room and says, if I have a seat, you're welcome to it, but otherwise,
I'm good. I have Oleg.
Okay. Oleg will just stand in the corner carrying you, Snooty. He'll still just be, like, carrying you. Denise will probably take a seat over here, so you guys can choose where the hell else you might want to sit. If anywhere. Or you can just stand. But, Desi, you come in and you pull up a chair and you sit down in front of the mayor, and she looks a little bemusedly at you, and she says, pleasure to see you this morning.
Yes, good morning. It is a pleasure to see you. I am sorry for dropping by on such short early notice.
That's alright. What seems to be your business today?
Oh, well, I have probably something that is going to cause you some mild befuddlement. I don't know how else to say this in gentle terms, but we are now in possession of the Skyretti Manor.
She gives you a bit of a one of those where you look at someone and then just blink before moving onwards, and she just goes, could you elaborate for me, please?
Yeah, I tried to do this gently, but this is what I expected. I have the deed to the Skyretti Manor.
I see. And how did you come to possess that?
Well, perfectly legally.
We purchased it.
Well, honestly,
we got permission for it.
Dixie.
Can we talk in the corner real quick?
What? Yeah. One moment while I confer with Dixie. One moment. Yeah. What?
So Titty gave that to us after I threw up on him.
So I think stealing it is illegal, but I think
we're not stealing.
No, hold on. And I think it's fine to to make up stuff about like a convicted felon if it's probably fine to make up that stuff as long as it's it's a little something it's a little something that we call a little white lie, right? It's a lie. It's a lie that we don't mean for it to hurt people. We mean for it to it's for the greater good. Right?
The greater good.
Yeah,
Mayor, can I call you Kendra?
I am aware of what the white lie is.
Okay.
Kendra says, yes, that's
so all I'm saying is even if it's legal, we should probably stick to Snooty's story that Snooty said, because if we stick to that one, they'll probably take our word over convicted felons, and also if we stick to that one, we're going to deal with a lot less random trouble, I think. Because he can't just come in and say take backsies. If we stick with her story, right? We don't have to go through all of these extra channels, and we don't have to go through the possibility of them and not going through with what me and you can both agree the law says, right?
Yeah, let me explain what is the problem with that, though. Kitty is a snake, and the snake, unless it has its head cut off, is going to come back to prey on the same easy things that have already been here.
But they have no legal leeway to do that.
No, they don't need a legal way to do that. You see, listen to me. If we said that we stole the deed from them, or they gave us the deed, he could have his wife come back, and as far as I know, his wife is not
connected to any of the shady shit that has a card. She could just play the dumb widow card. This is a classic stage 2 of Danny DeCito's estate sale security measures. We tell the truth because when somebody comes in and says otherwise, we've already laid down the groundwork. And like any home, a solid groundwork keeps the house stable for many generations to come.
I don't think we've found it and wrote our name on it is going to work.
Actually, you'd be surprised.
You want to lose the mansion? Is that what you want?
If I may, how does legal property work here? Do you know?
Hold on. Of course I know, and you just have to listen to me. Oh wait, is intimidation the right roll? Wait, hold on.
That just bullied me.
It's charisma. I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to use like
persuasion. Diplomacy
persuasion.
is what
Where
it's
is
called.
persuasion?
It's diplomacy.
Oh. Well, it uses my same stats. Let's just say I used diplomacy.
All right.
Mm.
Does it give me a will save?
Oh, a will save? Okay. Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah.
All right. You can interpret that.
Yep.
I think you should have stuck with the perception check. All right, go lose us the house then. It's fine. Go do it. It's fine. Whatever.
Why all that was going on?
None of my words matter, and that nothing that I said is going to be taken into consideration because I'm not one of the main group. It's fine. Go.
Oh God. What do I roll for passive aggression?
I know. Dixie woke up and chose violence today.
He has not done that every single other day.
It's more violent today. So while they were having their private conversation, Newt's gonna be talking to the mayor about Sheriff Baylor.
Okay. And what will she have been saying?
I've been noticing there's been a lot of bad criminal elements causing trouble in the neighborhood, and Sheriff Baylor does not seem to be doing his job or understanding what he's done. And since he's getting ready for retirement, I'm ready to step up and be sheriff whenever you need me to.
She looks at you like confused and says,
Newt thinks it's like a done deal at this point because he's been fucking up so bad.
She raises an eyebrow and says, I see. Well, Sheriff Baylor isn't up for re-election in his position for another 2 years. I suppose you could run then if you think he's not doing a particularly good job of it.
Oh, he won't last much more than a month at the rate he's going.
And what makes you think that?
He doesn't even understand what the law is. He didn't try to go save Steve, or he didn't try to go save Stu. He didn't know about the bandits that were right outside of town that we had to find. We had to find Stu. He didn't care about any of my goblin friends' former friends that disappeared. He doesn't care about Fat disappearing. He doesn't seem to care about anyone disappearing, honestly, and that seems like a very important thing for a person in charge of people's safety to care about.
She nods her head. And she says, well, if you can make an argument to the rest of the town why you would be a better fit for the position, I suppose it's justifiable that if you...
We haven't committed any crimes.
He also didn't even do anything to take care of the ghoul problem that we took care of.
We didn't start a crime syndicate. We didn't, kill undeserving people. Shut up. I know what you're gonna say. Shut up. Don't say it.
Yeah, there's no checkered path to this group across many different instances currently at all.
They can't
However,
tie us to the bar, okay? They cannot tie us to that tavern.
yeah, or the other corpses from other instances of encounters before your
I
time.
wasn't here for that, so that would be meta knowledge.
Kendra gives it some thought, and she says, "You know what? I think that if our goblin populace increased, it would be good to have someone who was a little bit more in their interests. So tell you what, until we have an opportunity to, shall we say, what is the term I'm looking for here? Consider your election. I think I might deputize you."
That would help. Then I could keep a closer eye on his mistakes.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Be sure to let him know at every turn.
She looks a little bemused in thought about that whole situation. And she kind of shakes it off for a second, and by this point, Desi has returned to the table. And she wasn't listening to the conversation because she was so enraptured in what Newt was saying. However, as all that was going on, Oleg, Snooty, are you, like, sitting in his arms or, like, riding on his back piggyback style?
Oh, no, I'm princess carried right now.
Okay. Oleg is, like, he's just sitting there. Like, it's not really a problem for him to hold you, as he has been, and he doesn't actually seem to be, like, insistent on dropping you or anything. And as everybody's having these conversations and looking around, Denise is just kind of, like, politely, like, listening in on what everyone's discussing. Oleg just kind of goes, hey, Snooty.
Uh-huh.
He gets kind of like a bashful look and he goes, I just wanted to say it was a lot of fun watching you, wrestle last night.
Oh?
Yeah, he's kind of fumbling with his words and he just goes, you kind of, you look good.
So just Snooty?
He's talking
eyes. Over and over and over and over again, like real fast.
You and Desi are having a conversation at this juncture while this encounter is happening.
Yeah, this is meta knowledge.
I'm not having I'm alone.
No, you were having a conversation with Desi, and I was having a conversation with Kendra, and
Okay,
this
so
is the
all
conversation.
Happening at the same time.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I apologize.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
I got confused.
It's
Snooty,
okay.
what do you say in response to this?
She starts getting all, like, you know those things where, like, when guys compliment somebody and the other person, like, plays around with their hair and everything like that?
Mm-hmm.
She's kind of like that right now because she's just like, huh, this is Big Goblin talking to me. And she's just like,
Thank you, Oleg. No, Dixie and Desi and Newt did really good jobs too.
He, like, fervently nods his head and says, oh yeah, no, everybody looked good, but yeah, it just I liked the way that you guys did the oily thing and the pushing and all that.
What is the word? Thank you. Oleg.
Yeah, no problem. And he looks like really embarrassed to continue his line.
Pats bicep, pats chesticle, and looks back at what's going on.
Alright, so now that we've all caught up into what is happening, Desi, you sit back down in front of Kendra, and she looks over at you and says, so you were saying?
Yes, so this is sort of going to sound weird to you, but I would rather tell you the truth than lie to you and have it come up later. That just looks bad and it hurts trust. Agreed?
Her eyebrow raises and she says, very wise of you. Agreed.
Okay. Let me preface this. Some of my friends think that telling you the truth is only going to hurt us because they feel like we will be treated much differently than the average citizen or person in this town. Look to me, I wish to banish those feelings from me and my compatriots by conducting fair business with you based on your already established laws of property.
All right.
And as such, I would like to let you know that we are in possession of the deed for the Scaretti Manor.
May I see?
Yes, she's gonna pull out the wax sealed tube from around her neck, and she's going to open it, take out the deed, and hand it over to Kendra.
She's gonna unfurl it on her desk and just kind of. She takes out like a little set of little kind of half moon reading glasses, and holds them in front of her face as she just reads through, and her mouth is moving like she's kind of narrating to herself the text, but she's not really saying anything. And she's just kind of scanning over the document with a raised eyebrow. And she says, and how exactly did you come into possession of this?
Well, okay. Do you remember how the Scaretti Manor was abandoned because their criminal syndicate left?
Yes.
Okay, well, they did not bring them... they didn't bring anything with them. They just left suddenly, and they did not bring the deed. The property was abandoned, and we have the legal ownership of it. In fact, I would argue that due to the criminal nature of the family and the syndicate, their property and estate was probably abandoned due to them leaving it and their criminal charges. I don't know why they left the will and deed to this property in there, but we are now in legal what is the word? Holdings of that property at the moment.
She reviews the document a little bit more, a little thoughtfully, and she goes, interesting. Truth be told, we haven't really settled on a deciding vote on what to be done with the assets of the Scarnetti family and how they might be better applied to the service of our town. As far as I am aware, the family has departed, and if there isn't a more clear admission of guilt from all parties, I
Poopy.
Oh, sorry, my internet did a little poopy. Tell you what, I'll gather the council together, and I'll allow you to make your case for why, when we make our decision regarding the Scarnetti family, you should be entitled to their property.
I have a counter offer.
What is that?
How is your home's estate and property handled? Is it because you hold the deed, or is it because the council decided you own it?
Property in the town of Sandpoint can be seized by the local government if we deem it necessary.
Okay. But there has been no notice so far for any withholdal or seizure of property, and it has now changed hands to somebody else. The residence is no longer the Scaretti Manor.
Well, when the Scarnettis fled town, we
Can we
decided
get
that
like
it would
multiple
be...
months notice?
Sorry, you really garbled there, Dixie.
Don't we get multiple month notice?
She looks like a little confused and says, I'm not sure who would provide that. I mean, I suppose that would be a reasonable thing to do, but we don't really operate on anything of that kind of requirement. There's no overall king or land or government that manages this town. We are a very self-governing entity. This is the Parisian coast. It's not some fancy conglomerated government body or kingdom. However, we do believe in fairness.
Well, that is debatable depending on who you seem to be in this town. As somebody that has existed and have helped this town on several occasions with varieties of problems, especially the ghoul incident, which, by the way, thank you, for the stunning and wonderful, public review that I helped. It does seem like, depending on who you are in town, it really depends on your treatment. Because as far as I understand the property laws in this area, well, the council can obviously seize infrastructure based on legal and criminal activities. We're not engaged in any, and we have legal ownership via the deed.
Give me a diplomacy roll. Alright.
I did lose the accent slightly. Sorry. Ooh!
She nods her head and says,
She doesn't win, remember? Because based on Pathfinder, she has to exceed.
mm-hmm. She nods her head and she says, your case is a strong one, and I personally wouldn't have any issue allowing you access to the property, especially in the interim state until there is anything that is brought up that would be a concern otherwise. That, as far as we had intended, the property was just going to sit abandoned for some time before anyone made a move to purchase or redistribute it. We were hoping it would see some use before it fell into a dilapidated state, so that it didn't become like the other manor that is on the hill there. Hold on, I gotta check my notes.
Yes.
How much is that manor, by chance?
The Valdemar Manor.
Future reference, and totally not for metagaming later on about an empty manor.
You mean the abandoned Valdemar place?
How much?
Oh, Ephraim died many, many years ago, and well, she leans a little bit forward and goes, truth be told, we haven't really discussed any purchases of it because it's commonly believed that it's haunted.
Oh, does it have...
She looks side to side and whispers,
horses?
Not that I'm aware. Any livestock or any horses, anything of that the nature on the property would have been sold off or redistributed many years ago.
Apparently, Silver, you're quiet to chat.
Oh.
Apparently, you keep getting quieter and quieter.
Oh. I will try not to be as quiet then.
That's weird. It did not seem like you got quieter on my end.
oh yeah, no, you are really quiet compared to us.
Oh.
Aww.
All right. Well. Yeah. Do I sound okay now, everyone? Do I need to get a little closer to the microphone? Is it better here? Am I better here? Do I need to talk louder? Am I good where I am at the moment? Okay, good.
Better, yeah.
All right. Yeah. Essentially, what she runs it down is that the Valdemar Manor hasn't been occupied in quite some time, and no, there has never really been any interest in discussion about owning the property by anybody because nobody has wanted to go into it. It's dilapidated. Like it's kind of run down by this point, and nobody really interacts with it, and a lot of people haven't really shown a lot of interest in it. So she says that it probably wouldn't be very expensive to possess it if you wanted to own the land and renovate or fix it up. But like if you want a haunted house, is kind of like how she focuses the phrasing, then that's your business.
I have a question. How are you going to sell the property without the deed?
In terms of, you mean the Scarnetti Manor?
Correct.
She says that, well, here, I'll roleplay it out. Well, we were simply going to declare it town property and draft a new deed for ownership of the building.
Well, but now it is our property.
Yes, you do appear to have found legal documentation pertaining to the ownership of the building. How you came by that, though, I'm still a little fuzzy on.
Oh, easy. So Titty, when Titty was in jail, told us that we had to come and talk to his wife and say something about what was it? It was thankful. He was thankful for his cousin. Yeah. And he said that we should go to the house to get our reward. Well, this was our reward, apparently, because this is what was left in the house. It was
in the house, yeah. I threw up on him, so I know things.
Yes, and since, we have foiled his, breakout twice now, and we also have legal documentation to this, I'm kind of leaning towards the fact that I think we did you guys what would be considered a solid, and we also have legal ownership of this home.
She nods her head and says, I'm not questioning your ownership of the Scarnetti establishment. That's not something I'm putting forward here. It's simply a matter of ensuring that the council is aware of it and no further issues are to be brought up before we settle the matter finally and legally. Owning the deed is one thing, and claiming your ownership of the property, but without the former owner to verbally acknowledge the transfer of property to somebody in the town or written signature of the transfer, all I have is hearsay. Now,
but
again,
if you look at the deed, it doesn't have his name on it. We checked that last session. It just says to whom this holds owns this property at this location.
She nods her head and says, it's not a question of that, dear. It's just simply a question of what the town would rather do with the Scarnetti Manor now that the family is out of the picture. And I have a feeling their home is not really of consequence. Primarily, it's the business holdings in town that would be an issue.
Oh. Well, we don't care about that. We just want the house. We don't own any of the businesses.
I see. Then I'm sure it'll be easy enough for us to address that. And going forwards, we can ensure that you're entitled to the area. And I don't really foresee any huge issues coming up. It's just a formality, really.
Okay. All right. Well, Desi's going to sit on the chair and extend her hand across the desk as best she can. For shaking.
Desi is going, Kendra is going to look at your hand as you're, leaning heavily across her desk as, small goblin. And she reaches her hand out and takes yours and shakes it, and she says, "Now, I'm not guaranteeing you anything, because the council's final ruling is what decides this, but I am fairly confident nobody is going to have an issue with you taking their former home."
Need a house.
You know, as much as I would agree with you, again, we are goblins, and, you know, I am sort of, wary based on some of the treatment we get. However, I will trust you in this manner, and, you know, hopefully we can meet with the council later.
She nods her head and says, "I'll gather them together, and we can proceed with the legal business. There was going to be a meeting later today, so I'll just hurry them along so we can get this taken care of sooner than later, and I'm sure it will be a formality at best."
Also, it is probably good that we got there before you, because the house was rigged with so many traps. I think we probably saved at least, I don't know, probably 4 guards.
Her eyes widen, and she says, "What traps? What kind of traps?"
Oh, you didn't know?
No, we simply boarded up the door when they had left and decided to deal with it later. As you well know, there were some issues that came up that were a little bit of a higher priority before determining the status of the...
Yeah. Oh, you mean the zombies that we burned for you? Yeah, you're welcome on that too. Yes, we're happy to help. No, the house was rigged with explosives, everywhere. Don't worry, it is diffused now. I took care of it.
I see. Well, then, suppose it's more evidence that you are entitled to the property, if I am being honest. If you had put your life at risk to secure the house, then that's a very strong case, in addition to your possession of the deed.
Well, actually, I cannot take credit for finding them. Sheriff Newt, oh, I'm sorry, not sheriff yet, but should be, actually was the one to discover the booby traps and saved those lives. I only am the bomb defusal squad. Newt's eagle eyes and astute danger sense, which makes her at least 3 times more qualified than Sheriff Baylor, served us very well, just like it has in literally every other legal scenario that we've been in.
She nods her head and says, "These are all very fine points. Tell you what, you all wait here in my office for a moment, and I'll make sure that everybody is getting ready for the meeting. And we can go over all these finer points together in front of the council so that a unified legal decision can be passed."
Okay, that sounds good.
She nods and says, "Is there any other private business or matters you need of me, any of you in here, before I do that?"
Oh, we need to finalize our marriage.
She looks at you across the room, Snooty, being carried by Oleg. Had you during the Pixies Kitten wrestling, did you explain to Kendra that the 3 of you were married, or did she never hear that?
I said these are my wives. And that's about it. And that we needed to finalize this information with her.
She looks over at you, Oleg, or Snooty, and she says, "Sorry, are you referring to what you had previously told me with these 2," pointing to Newt and Desi, "or are you also looking to marry Oleg?"
I mean, if Oleg put a ring on it, then sure.
And she holds up her hands and shows off all of her rings.
Oleg looks a little red in the face, and it's just like, he's looking around like, I need somewhere else to look right now. And Denise just kind of chuckles in the corner, and Kendra looks bemused, and she says, "You know, some individuals around the town would not be too keen on endorsing polygamous relations. However, we have no laws against it. and I'm personally not bothered by it, but she looks over at Oleg and goes, "So, if you do happen to find a suitable ring for the young lady, do let me know, and we'll help with that too, but for the time being," she gestures to Newt and Desi and says, "Now, I'm not sure if you want to just officiate it here, or if you wanted to have a ceremony of some kind. Generally, when people get married, they have a religious ceremony or whatever kind of elements they believe in. I'm sure Father Abstelar would be more than willing to officiate, and I could authorize the legal binding of it. But if you want to make it a quick affair, then I suppose I could do that now. But otherwise, I'm sure it would be reasonable." And she looks a little thoughtful for a second and says, "Although I don't know if I'm actually able to officiate your marriage without you being citizens of Sandpoint officially."
That is correct. In Goblin customs, we are married, but as far as your legal system, I don't think so. Also, sorry, Dixie, I did not mean to interrupt you. You have the floor.
I walk up like very, very slowly to the desk here, like blushing and staring down at the ground. And I like slowly look up and like meet eyes with Kendra, and I say, Can I marry Frank?"
Snooty is just going, happy marriage!
Yay! Frank's had the hats for you for a while.
I don't think I can put a ring on him.
You could
But
make
everyone else is
a
getting married,
You
and I
can
feel
put a
like
band
ring-
on the tip.
her token is still in the corner. I moved it. Oh,
There's a
there
little
we
lag.
go. Like I moved it a while ago.
So, she looks a little bemused, and it looks around at the reactions and says, I'm sure that would be possible. Who is Frank?"
I just hold out my hat in front of her, and I don't say anything.
She has like a very confused look on her face.
Oleg, carry me over to Dixie.
Alright, Oleg carries you over to Dixie.
And she points down to the hat and goes,
Frank.
because Dixie got mad at her for calling Frank a hat. So she can't say the hat is Frank. So she's just like, Frank.
She looks a little confused, and she goes, "Is this
Don't
Frank
say it. Okay, good.
alive?"
Yes, Frank talks to me all the time.
Newt just making herself look more crazy.
She's like, "Oh, I should rethink this deputization thing."
I'm still like staring at the ground, kind of like, you know.
Frank, can you try talking to Kendra? Can I get a D20 in chat?
Chat, give me an exclamation mark D20, please. Oh. Alright, so you believe that Frank can speak. And the way that your wild magic kind of influences these things, there's like a bit of a passing... She like spends a moment looking at the hat, and then has like a... Her eyes change as if she's like, did I just...
Can I voice Frank here real quick?
Oh, neither of you hear what Frank says to Kendra.
No, but yeah, but
You wanna what do you want Frank to say, Dixie?
what's cooking? Good looking.
I love that that's the canonic
I'm
fucking
dying.
voice for Frank.
I want Frank's voice to sound like that, yeah.
Alright.
Hey!
Hey, Toots, how you doing?
Hey, Toots, what's cooking? Good looking?
Kendra spends a
And then
minute...
she never hears a word come out of his mouth again.
Yeah. She
That's the only
never
words
again.
she ever hears.
So she's like, she's so confused, but she says, I would be... Yes, legally, I would be able to officiate your bonding, with Frank, Dixie.
I hug
would
Frank
like.
super tightly and I like jump up in place a little bit, like super excited.
She looks... Her day has definitely gotten a lot more fucking interesting.
I will replace him back on top of my head and back up, having gotten what I wanted.
So she nods her head, and she says, all right. All right. That's... Yes, whoever is marrying whom amongst this group here, I can officiate that right now if you would like and have it legally binding, or if you would like to put some time and effort into perhaps a ceremony of some kind collectively to celebrate the marriage that it can be done at. I can still officiate, but it may have more poignancy and affirmation if you are confirmed citizens of the town when I do so. So keep that in mind.
Understandable. I would also just like to note that is Goblin Society. This is legally binding in our culture. And we understand that, you have your own thing. So maybe we will wait and, have it done for a celebratory thing. But
nods.
you know what? That is up to Chief. Oh, sorry. Chief's wife. Snooty. But, if you ask me, she should be Chief anyway.
She just kind of, she tilts her head a little bit and says, yes, I suppose we have to consider the politics of the goblin tribe that some of you share an
More like
origination.
politics.
Yeah?
You don't understand. I make these jokes all the time. I thought I was muted.
She nods her head and says, all right, well, we can argue the details of your marriage negotiations and such going forwards. For now, however, if you could all just wait, and I'll call you into council, and we can go over the what was... You're welcome to stay for as much of it as you wish, but we'll bring up the issue of your right to the property in council. And does anyone else require anything from me before I do that?
I do not.
All right. Well then, make yourselves comfortable, and I will return momentarily. And with that, I think now is a perfect time to call our mid-session break. So...
Already?
Yeah.
Wait, that seemed really fast.
Yeah.
Do you have to go to use the poo door?
I do. This is a correct assumption of yours to have made.
Yeah, okay. Go use the poo door, and then we will be right back after these messages. I will get you guys the be right back video, which probably is, I don't know. You know what? It's going to be a grab bag.
All right. While you're grabbing your bag, we will go BRB for a bit. So we're gonna take a quick little 15-minute break, and when we come back, we will see what is to come of the council meeting and everything else that is to come to pass in that regard. And I don't think there's anything else really worth mentioning until then. So for now, we will see you guys in a little bit. So thanks again for everybody being here. And a reminder, if you like what you see and want to support us, you can do so with contributions of subscriptions, bits, or donations. Every total of $10 in revenue we receive goes towards increasing the goblin bullshit pool. And even though it is a large number, we would like that number to get even higher, because money goes away and needs to be replenished. So just keeping that in mind. Very helpful. But for the time being, thank you everybody for being here. We will see you all shortly. Goblins, say goodbye for now.
Goodbye for
See you
now.
soon.
Oh, I do want to just say it was very generous of you to say 500 lifetime points as our pizza party. So I'm getting excited.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back. It is good to see you all. Before we get back into the mix, there is some links I would like you guys to follow right here, please. There is Twitch chat, the links. People do the linksies and the streamsies. If you could give them a follow, that'd be real fucking great. I'd appreciate that. So you know, you do the you do the ash, you do the jasmines, you do the honeys, and you do the effies. Wait, you're already here. Oh, okay, you do that, and then I guess me, but whatever. And otherwise, only other thing to remind everybody is bullshit points. If you like the shit we do, feel free to go ahead and give us some handfuls of money, and every time it equals $10, we add a point to the pool. Bam. All right. Yeah. So with all that said and done, let's get back into it. So let me just readjust the focus here of the camera. All right. So with that all said and done, let's go ahead and... Where's the button? Where'd it go? Oh, I found it. Okay. So first things first, we're going to go like this. Whoop. And now we are in the town hall. We return once more to the session at hand. The four of you sitting in amongst the seats. Chair sitting is occurring. Oh, I am missing another individual that we need here, present here today.
The pews is the correct word.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? We're gonna do this a different way, and it's gonna be fun. So we'll put the guards there, and yeah. So before we get into the action, I am also just gonna play some sourced, very appropriate courtroom music that I think is going to apply to this scene and be very, very on brand and completely appropriate for a fantasy setting. So here we go. All right. So, as we return once more to the town hall of Sandpoint, we yada things a little bit, and now each and every one of you are present in this space, and the council is called to order. So, sitting up into the kind of raised platform speaking space, there the desks are set up at. You can see Kay Tesserani, Father Abstelar, there is Kendra Deverin, the mayor, Isuari Gandithis, the headmaster of basically the only school in town, and Amiko Kaijitsu. These are the 5 currently elected council representatives, with 2 seats remaining open at the moment because, well, reasons. One of those reasons recently having been removed from town.
I want to be one.
So, the meeting is called to order, and the first thing that is brought forward is Kendra stamps her gavel, and she says, "All right, calling the town council meeting to order. First order of business is the properties remaining within the borders of Sandpoint, previously owned and possessed by the Scarnetti family. If we are reviewing the list here, one of the disputed items currently that is more immediately required is that of the Scarnetti Manor itself. Now, Desi, are you present?
Yeah, I am currently present, yes.
You are all no doubt familiar with Desi here. She claims to have possession of the legal deed of ownership for the property. Could you please present that for the council?
Yes, I can. One moment. Do you want me to come up there, or
If you wish, you can walk along and show it to everyone.
Okay. Want the pardon? Excuse me. Okay. Here you go, Amico. If you want to pass it along, that is also fine. I will just follow. Here. Here. She's gonna unfurl it and show it to Amico first.
All right. She lets out a low whistle, and she just kind of stops to look at you, Desi, and says, How did you get this?
It's a very long story. After I show it to everybody, I will tell it in front of you all, so you all can hear it. Does that sound fair?
She nods.
Okay, thank you.
And passes it along to Isuari. And he takes a look at it and nods. And Kendra passes it over because, she's already reviewed it. And Abstelar looks at it incredulously, like, goblins owning a mansion? Like, he has, like a my word kind of reaction that he barely suppresses. Before
I'll
he
be up on that podium someday.
He just nods his head and passes it along, and Kei just kind of chuckles a little bit and just looks impressed. Like, she gives you like a nod of like, like you're making waves.
Yeah, okay. One moment here. Would you prefer it if I stand up here, or do you want me to yell from my seat?
You can talk to us from the
yeah,
top.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Okay. So we all know that Titty Scaretti was a bad person, and his family probably just as bad. The crimes being committed on the town through both him and his family, and his many businesses within the town have caused no amount of misery and hardship for all of you guys, and for that I truly would like to apologize. Because we did our best to keep him under wraps, and we just are sorry we could not do it sooner for you. This is where I would also like to plug Sheriff Newt, and say that, this would not have happened under her rule, but that is not the case at the moment. The moment is we have acquired the deed for the property, and only the property, of the Scaretti estate from Titty himself. When he tried to bribe us originally, in letting him go, which, as you can obviously see, did not work. Because, well, he's still in bars. We do not have any sort of legal claim to any of his businesses or variety of holdings outside of the manor, nor do we want or have any interest in those things. I feel like as part of a gesture to the town, I think they can be reabsorbed into the town and given to, if I had to have a suggestion, maybe some families that have been displaced by Scaretti and his business doings, as sort of a compensation. But that seems more like something you guys can figure out yourselves. Right now, I am just proposing that legally I have claim, as well as my wives, to the Scaretti mansion, we will be looking forward to living there, and we would also, like to have the council work with us on that.
She nods. And they all nod in agreement. And then Kendra says, "You've made your statement, you can take a seat."
Thank you. Oh God, the stairs are so big. Okay.
They nod their head and look at each
Actually,
other.
hold on. I don't want dicks to sit by themselves.
I'm not alone, I'm with Frank.
Oh, that's true. You know what? I got the better seat. It's over here. Okay, carry on. And then it is a triangle. The tail.
So they take a look at each other, and they kind of... Some of them are leaning over and deliberating, and they're talking amongst each other on the platform there, and they take a moment or two to deliberate. And then Kendra kind of raises her head up and she says, after a moment of consideration, it is reasonable that, with no other noteworthy elements of mention, there really is nothing left to say on the matter that really... the council's ruling is that we are going to grant you ownership of the property. It seems there could be other uses for it, but at the end of the day, we simply just do not want another derelict mansion on the hill that is gathering dust until somebody with a significant coin purse can provide the cost. However, this is to be appended with a agreement. Should you fail to qualify in the general approval of the town for citizenship, you must surrender the property to the ownership of the town once more.
I think that is a good agreement on... Hold on. Honey, Mischievous is in chat. You might want to pokey catch that. Sorry.
What?
I think that is a fair agreement, but I think that if we did get chased out of town for not being a citizen, I think that a settlement, at least to fund our, our traveling fees, would be fair, since you are essentially taking our property from us and all our belongings that we have in the area. I think that, a 200 gold human word, the recompensation would work for, our traveling and well-being. Otherwise, you basically are throwing us out of the town and keeping everything we own and telling us to basically eat shit, as it were.
She kind of looks at everybody, and they just all sort of shrug and nod, and she says, absolutely, expenses of your relocation will be covered in the event that you do not receive public endorsement of your residence in the town. To that effect, there is only one stipulation. We request that you provide residency for... Oh, what the fuck are their names? Let's see here. Oh, where did it go? There we go. There is Corin, and then there is... Who are the... yes. There is a family that has been in service to the Scarnettis for some time here in town, the Westerwills. Their son, Corin, has worked the mill for quite some time in the name of the Scarnetti family, and Corin's parents, Barisk and Violata, both have served long as servants of the Scarnetti family. Should they be fairly compensated for their time and effort in not being complicit in the actions of the Scarnetti family, we would appreciate it if you would be willing to provide continued residency for the family. And they will in turn return their services to you.
Yeah, that sounds fair. I am more than willing to assist them. I do not want to throw anybody out in the cold.
Excellent. That is most agreeable then. We had relocated Barisk and Violata after the events of the departure of the Scarnetti family when they came to us and informed us that they had abandoned the manor. So presently the three individuals have been continuing to remain at the mill itself while we have determined those resolutions. So, as long as you are okay with those stipulations, then we see no reason not to grant you ownership and legal confirmation of the deed to the property.
Yeah, I think that is pretty fair.
Very well then, if anyone has any objections. Then she raises her gavel and bang. Alright. It is made legal. She looks at the rest of the council members and says, we have a few other important elements to cover today. So we'll speed this along, as I'm sure everyone else has the different things that they need to get up to today. Before we continue forward on the matter of the Wester Wills, it is my proposition that we put the official title of ownership in all holdings for the Scarnetti family, business-wise, in the hands of Corin Westerwill. He is the most familiar with their going-ons, and has been the chief proponent of their mill for some time, and is involved in many of their different business holdings. With the absence of any of the Scarnetti families in town, I think it only fair we append him the owner of all of these assets, provided that he pays a stipend of taxation for the transference. And they all nod. And she says, does anyone object to this? Gesturing to the general populace of everybody sitting there. Does anyone object to that, or are you guys okay?
Sounds okay to me.
I don't even know what's being asked.
I would just say, yeah, it's okay. Basically,
yes, it is okay. I listened to my wife. Her got Big Brian.
Got the very Big Brian, yeah.
She nods, and she says, all right, well, that concludes that business. For the next bit of business, we have... She looks at, like, a list that's been scrawled out kind of in front of her and says, ah, yes. And gives a little bit of a smirk. Sheriff, if you could enter, please. And the doors open, and Sheriff Baylor walks in. And he comes up and just kind of stands before the council and nods. And Kei just gives him like a little, like, flirty little wave of her fingers, and he doesn't acknowledge it, but she's kind of like... You can tell she's trying to get his attention, and he's trying to be professional. So as he enters into the space, Kendra says, the next order of business here is, we are dealing with a series of public complaints about your performance as of late, Sheriff. And he looks... You can tell he's staying very professional and looking straight forward, but you can feel his, like, internal spirit turning to the four of you. Like,
No.
it's just this projection.
You know, I mean, his like his little token is, you know, staring back at us. He's kind of upset.
He is kind of giving us the stink eye.
He is.
What a little bitch.
So as they're all sitting there dealing with this situation and looking at one another, there's like a bit of a murmur of conversation, and Kendra goes, it would appear that we have a list here of anonymous complaints as a result of some of your previous actions during the unfortunate events that saw not only the attack of our town and loss of life of several guard members, but the escape of Titus Scarnetti and some of his extended family, along with their followers, during said events. And the sheriff just kind of, like, coldly nods his head and says, before I continue onwards with the list of grievances and what the council has decided is an appropriate response to this failure of duty, would anyone like to take the floor to further put anything out there in Sheriff Baylor's defense, or to speak of his actions recently? What? Nobody wants to...
Wife.
Nobody...
Wife. There you go.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I think this would be kind of unprofessional if we all talked up now.
So I have a few things to wait in.
Everybody looks at each other, and Kendra leans forward and says, the council recognizes Goblin Newt. What would you like to say?
I would like to point out that he has failed to look into disappearances of several missing persons. A vast majority of the missing persons just happen to be goblins. I am not saying that there is a correlation with that, but he doesn't seem to care. But he also did not look for a certain Stu Muffin when he went disappeared, and I had to track him down because the sheriff refused to help poor Stu. And I don't know if he just has a problem with Stu and goblins, but he would not look for them. And he would not look for the bandits, even though he knew roughly there were bandits by the road, and a lone goblin did his job for him and found the bandits. He also failed to protect the town from ghouls, which we took care of.
You can feel the god fucking damn it energy irradiating from the sheriff as you stand right next to him, which is a power move if I'm being honest. You
And there's many others I could list, but I don't want to embarrass the man.
Newt.
You have to finish your sentence, Newt. You have to say any further.
Any further.
Give me a... Give me a diplomacy roll with advantage.
With advantage?
Yes.
Oh. Come on, bullshit, go!
Alright, goblin bullshit it is. Go ahead and make the reroll. Or do you want the result and then the reroll?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, then I'll... The goblin who called for bullshit and all other goblins within 60 feet of them, that's all of you, must croak loudly like a frog every few minutes for an hour.
Why do you have to fuck me over, huh?
What you do?
This was your reroll.
And all I have to end on is ribbit.
Ribbit.
Sorry,
So-
I think I got the hiccups.
They just look at each other like the council are a little confused, and then they watch as all four of you just start every now and then.
Ribbit.
Ribbit. Sorry, you have to understand this town. Ribbit is cursed.
Kendra looks confused and says, Is this some sort of goblin protest? Is this a cultural thing? What is going on here?
No.
No.
This is what happens when things don't go our way, apparently. The town curses us, very much so.
Yeah, sometimes it turns us random colors or swaps our feet and hands, and it is very terrifying. And it should tell you how much we like this town because we live with this terrifying curse, and even though it scares us on a daily basis, we love the town and want to protect it.
That is true. Also, you can ask Dentist. Ribbit is one of the people who is our witness.
That is ribbit true.
Ribbit.
Fuck. Shit. They're looking at each other just like, all right then. And Your reroll is a 13. So the sheriff, he strides forward and he says, given the circumstances and my other efforts to prevent the bandits from harassing people along the roads, there are many overlapping incidents that I would be unable to handle, and no one else would have been able to have handled better. Now, I agree, the assistance of these four has been invaluable in the events that have come to pass, although one could argue their expedition of certain elements were the sole cause of the escalation of events that had come to pass in town. They are as much agents of chaos as they are assistants to the town's efforts. And he looks up at the council and he says, it is my opinion that while I have had my failings in the past, I promise to redouble my efforts and ensure that nothing like this comes to pass again. And with the redistribution of the Scarnetti assets, hopefully some of that will see more money in our pockets so that I can extend the guard and also provide additional security measures.
He's just looking to line his pockets.
Kendra bangs on the table and she says, wait your turn, witness. Dixie knows the perfect time to ribbit.
Ribbit. I'm sorry, oil flew in my mouth.
The sheriff sighs and he says, I can't tell you how many times that you all, I'm sure, recall that I have requested funds and personnel to clear out the collapsed basement of the dungeons. I understand that up until recently, your ruling had determined that 3 jail cells was more than enough to sustain the level of issues that we have been seeing, but now we stand amidst proof that my insistence before should have been listened to before these events came to pass. So I'm going to roll for him to see how well he kind of makes a...
1, it made everyone angry, actually. They're all really upset. They're like, why the fuck are you bringing that shit up? We got over that. We talked about it. Okay, not to fucking rub it in our face. Oh, you were trying to rub shit in our face? Huh? What, do you think you're better than us? Get the fuck out of here.
Alright, normal roll.
That's
oh my god!
Okay, so Sheriff Baylor says, what do you think you are? You're better than me?
The kangaroo court. And he just fucking throws his badge at them.
Yeah, get out of my courtroom, and then all the court members have to leave. And then Sheriff Baylor takes it over.
So they talk amongst themselves for a moment, and there's kind of like a heated discussion as they await kind of like a verdict, and Kendra just kind of nods after a bit of the discussion, and she says, it is this council's opinion that while the events of recent days have been upsetting and difficult to handle, it is hard-pressed to say that we have not been appreciative of your consistent service and actions up until this point, Sheriff. You do also raise some very good points. If perhaps some effort had been taken before these events had come to pass, we may not have encountered the issues that we face today. However, the compromise that I have been hoping to put forward here today will still stand. For the time being, Sheriff Baylor, you may retain your position as head officer of enforcing the law in perpetuity for our fine town until the next election period where your position may be run for. However, we do wish to append that you attach a deputy to your office. And the sheriff looks confused and then nods his head a little bit, and he says, I'm sure whoever the council has in mind will be a welcome addition. And Kendra...
You fool!
Kendra
You've activated my trap card!
Kendra stifles a laugh and says, I'm glad you feel that way, Sheriff Baylor. Newt?
Yes.
Like an alarm bell's running out in his mind. He's going crazy, foaming at the mouth. It's like, what? They're surely mentioning her to bring the person up, right?
Could you please approach the council up here on stage, if you don't mind, darling? And Sheriff Baylor, would you mind joining us on the stage? And he looks... He's got like a... Oh,
eyes
God,
are
fucking
pulsing.
like, yeah. He's definitely like the puzzle pieces are falling into place in his head, and he's starting to kind of get like that. If you could hear inside his mind, you could hear like Cleveland's now, like going on, and he just kind of goes up on the stage, ever dutiful to the town, and the two of you standing there. Kendra says, "It is by my authority as ruling judicator of this town and the authority of this council that we have elected to assign Newt," pointing to her, to you as a deputy until the foreseeable future. We expect you to report on her progress and influence, and she is likewise expected to report on you to us. And Baylor just...
It's an honor to serve the town. Newt will do like her best impression to like do a fancy bow. Would that be performance?
A little curtsy.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a performance roll. Are you good with that 8?
Yeah. It's just her. It's like, I mean, obviously she's bowing. It's just her attempt to make it look more proper. And I think that's a very Newt amount.
Minute amount, even.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I said that muted.
You always have my back.
Yeah, I try.
She nods her head. And Kendra, Sheriff Baylor, meanwhile, barely holds his shit together as his eyes widen now that the reality of the situation has set in. And for the first time, I think you guys see a look on his face that is like discernible emotional, that is like in a level that would be beyond just a raised eyebrow or like a smirk. And his eyes are like bulging, and he looks down at you, Newt, and looks at Kendra with like a "bitch, are you serious" kind of look on his face. But he doesn't say anything. And Kendra shifts under the table, and she brings out a small, kind of like badge of office. Like this small, really nice looking little, welded, metal, like, kind of badge. And she reaches it over the desk and holds it out to you, Newt. Do you take it?
Yeah, Newt will put it on.
So as you pin this, it's a fairly basic and modest looking little piece of metal, but like to a goblin, that shit looks fucking fancy. So as you turn around and everybody can see it, Desi, Snooty, and Dixie, how do you guys want to respond to Newt's new jewelry? Also, don't forget you have the frog issue as well.
I'll just softly clap and not say anything.
Newt has like the biggest like happy expression on her face. And she's like, this is a great rabbit honor. Ribbit.
Desi, any reaction from you?
Sorry, I was laughing. Other than riveting, I forgot words. He just laughing.
All right, Snooty. Snooty, what about you?
Ribbit.
All right.
That's it. That's all she does. She does kind of like little clappy hands, thinking like, yeah, they should do the thing, and then ribbit.
Yeah. I agree with Nit. You're doing a great job, Nit.
You're doing great, wife.
Ribbit.
Yeah, so Kendra nods and says, "You may now return to your seats." And she looks over at Sheriff Baylor. "We only have a little bit of follow-up with you, Sheriff, and then you can be dismissed for the day."
Thank you. And he's gonna walk over to Sheriff Baylor and hold out her hand.
Dixie, can you give me a stealth roll if that's what you're doing? So you hold out your hand out to Sheriff Baylor, and he looks down at your hand and has like a brief moment of like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And then he just takes your hand in very briefly, like 2 pumps, like up and down, and nods at you, and then about faces and fucks off the stage.
As they shake, Newt's gonna be like, "I will do my best to help everyone equally, and we will get this sheriff's office back in shape."
He just nods and then gets off the stage.
They had more stuff to talk to you about, Sheriff.
He stops as he's like going on towards the stairs and sighs and turns on heel and stands here off to the side. Meanwhile, Dixie,
Newt will go sit down.
What the hell are you trying to do?
I'm here for now, right?
Okay.
I'm waiting for my turn. I'm waiting. I'll wait. I'm waiting.
All right. Let me just okay. And let me just okay. Let me just
Dude's fucking brainless.
Okay. And alright. And
okay, good. So only Kay and Amiko know. Cool.
yeah, and they don't say a thing. They see Amiko sees you get up and start sneaking around the side, and she just like she's trying her best not to notice it, but her and Kay share a glance, and they're like trying not to laugh. Like they're doing like a little. And Abstellar and Ilisari are very much so like pomp in their like, you know, they aren't paying attention, and Kendra's a little too distracted running the circus here essentially. So they don't notice whatever the fuck you're doing, Dixie. But Amiko and Kei are very aware of you being there. They're just choosing not to say a damn thing about it. Alright, so as the sheriff is up on stage, Kendra says, alright, just a few other issues to go over. Sheriff Baylor, I know it has only been a day, but do you have any progress over what may have caused the subsequent detonation at the Fat Man's feed bag on the docks? Baylor clears his throat and he says, several witnesses reported what appeared to be small red-skinned creatures. We believe they may have been kobolds of some kind that had infiltrated into the town and set off something within the establishment. I'm not entirely certain why or what the reasoning behind it would be. However, they did flee out into the forests beyond town and were held up by one of the guards who is currently in recovery at the moment. He is suffering from a bout of not insomnia, sorry, what the fuck is that word? Pneumonia. He is laid up with pneumonia at the moment.
Weird. Wonder how he got that. That's so awkward. Anyways, we should probably move on. They
nod. And Kendra says, well, do keep us appraised if you find any other hints as to what has happened. That would be very helpful of you, Sheriff. Otherwise, I believe the only thing we have left is to cover that you can submit your reports and numbers have been reviewed to blah blah blah. They have this long, boring conversation that we won't go through the problem of acting out about. People who died trying to get new guard in the town as a result of the deaths from all the events that have come to pass lately. Trying to what's the word I'm looking for here? Damage control. They're just going over a lot of damage control. It's a lot of boring bullshit, and it's very boring. So eventually, the sheriff is dismissed, and he nods, and as he's headed on his way out, one of the other things that they bring up is that as a result of recent activities that have caused major damage to the town of Sandpoint, until it can be rebuilt, they are discussing potential housing options and redistribution options and compensation for Hannah Velerin. She is the half-elf cleric healer who lives in town, whose home was burned down during the attacks. So they ask basically, like, if anyone has any suggestions on where she might be housed and could be operating out of until solutions may be found. So does anyone of you want to speak up on that, or otherwise do you guys hold your peace?
Who is it? Do we
I'm
know the
hidden right
person?
now, so-
Or have we met the person?
You've never met her before, but she is one of the most affluent healers in town. And
Does he?
What?
Should we offer us a room for her in our house until she can find a better place?
This will really boost our ratings.
But yeah, I don't think we have a lot of bedrooms upstairs, and I think it would be fine to do that.
Excuse me?
yes?
We happen to have an extra spare room at our home that we could let her stay in until she can find a more suitable residence.
They look at each other and say, are you volunteering space in the Scarnetti Manor for Hannah?
The Goblin Manor, yes.
They look at each other and say, Kendra says, I'm sorry, are you looking to petition a name change for the property listing?
Does he? Should we? I feel like we should rename it since Titty doesn't live there no more.
Yes, we should call it the Goblissy Manor.
Oh my god.
Because the other houses will be adjacent to.
Cause it's goblins and us.
No.
Yeah.
It's goblin us.
Yes, it's Goblin us. Esquire Estate.
Goblin us.
Estate.
Yeah,
It's Goblin us Estate, otherwise known as Goblissy.
Yes.
Oh my god. Alright. Everyone gets 2 XP. Oops, I hit the goblin bullshit points, not my eyebrows.
Because we care so much about this town, and we are willing to offer part of our manor to help out.
No, we will gladly prepare a room for hammers. Yeah.
Does she have... Was it just her home that got burned down?
Her home was also her shop, so like a lot of what she had sold and traded and stuff. She recovered some of it, but like she's essentially homeless and out of a great deal of money, so she's very popular in the town, so they were looking to compensate her a bit, but like still residency is an issue, so.
We could look into possibly giving another room for her to be able to work out of too.
The council looks at each other and nods and says, very well. We will open the offer to Hannah, and she can let us know if she would be comfortable taking up residence in a in your manor with everyone else who currently resides there. And the official petition of the property change until such time as is relevant. Otherwise, I am hearing is a Goblinz manor?
Yeah, Goblin Estates. Known as Goblinz Manor.
I see. So you wish it to be Goblinz Estates as the official legal listing for the property?
Right, Desi?
Yeah. I think that is the Goblin Estates. So you'd be. This is how it rolls off the tongue. Goblin. Yes.
She. Oh my god. She looks at it and looks at you with nods, not understanding the reference at all. And the only people here who break out in laughter, barely suppressed, are Kei and Amiko. Amiko, like when you guys suggest it, Amiko slams her fist on the table. And there's a moment where everybody's looking at her and she just goes, "Bit of a cramp, sorry. Continue."
Are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, okay. Well, I understand that your estate took a little bit of damage. Do you also need to come and rest at the Goblinz?
Oh, fuck. You know what? I woke up and today I was kind of like, oh man, I just want to stay in bed, but this just makes up for it. This thing right here.
Amiko, stone-faced, without betraying a single hint of any compromise as you say that, she nods and says, "I would absolutely love to come stay at the Goblinz Manor anytime." And she turns to Kendra and says, "It's a wonderful name for a very wonderful community-oriented project, and I think we should assign it post-haste without her any sign of her losing her shit is basically like completely covered up. Meanwhile, Kay just she guffaws and then covers her mouth. Like she doesn't know how to she barely represses it and everybody stops and looks at her. And she just goes, I was just remembering something funny from last night. A good joke. It was a good joke. Yes, I agree. We should allow this change of the property name. I see no issue with its assignment. And Kendra is a little confused. And she goes, I feel like there's something I'm missing, but in light of no additional evidence, she bangs her gavel. The listing is official. We shall change it to, what was the legal title? The Goblinz Estates, also known as Goblinz Manor?
Yes, correct.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Also, an hour hasn't passed. You guys are still froggy.
Ribbit.
Alright, so she nods her head and says, very well, it is official, and I shall bring the proposition forward for Hannah to stay at your new estates. I will inform Hannah that she is invited to the Goblinz Manor. She nods and Dixie, what the fuck are you doing? Tell me what your plan is here, please.
I have sidled my back up to the back of her chair, and I am going to turn to the side, and I'm gonna whisper to her and have a secret conversation that no one else is knowing about.
Okay. So,
Silver?
Yes? What, Newt?
With all the frog noises, I want to see if anything happens with Newt and hearing all these frogs.
So you want a chat roll? All right, chat. Can I get an exclamation mark D20, please, from somebody in chat for the perception and potential growth of frogs? All right. Do you wish to keep that 12 before I tell you the result?
Yeah.
All right. You get the impression that because you're hearing all these froggy, croaky noises. You start to you think that maybe you might have been the cause of this, being a very bog-dwelling kind of goblin, and you hear all the croaks and you wonder, maybe there's like something that kind of realistically ties into this, and you start searching amongst your belongings and take out a couple of frogs from your clothes and your equipment as you are doing so. So what do you wish to do with these newly acquired frogs?
Is everyone distracted at the moment?
Well, that depends. What do you want to do?
Go behind the bleacher and let the frogs go.
Okay.
Do I need to make it stealth?
Do you want nobody to notice you releasing the frogs into the... Okay, well that... I'm afraid that it's going to be a little difficult to do that because these frogs are not going to be quiet about it. So, you can give me a stealth roll with disadvantage, I suppose.
With disadvantage? Alright, hold on. Let me roll it again.
Alright, a 13. I'll do... wow. Yeah, Miko's a little occupied. Okay. Father Avsalar. And Kenny.
Hey, they can see me behind this bleacher?
Yeah, you're not exactly subtle. You hover a foot above the ground,
float,
dude.
yeah.
That sounds made up.
I'll give you a roll for the sheriff. Wow, he doesn't. Which is
Typical
surprising.
Sheriff. How he's never under bar.
However, what do you whisper to Kendra as you come up behind her, Dixie?
I can't help but notice that 2 chairs up here are empty. If you ever need someone to fill one of those chairs, you know who to talk to.
She shoots up out of her chair in a panic as she just hears this whispered voice and turns around, and Amiko is like watching this at the moment, and she just kind of chuckles a little bit. And
I jump backwards at her like insane movement all at once, and I go, "What are you doing? It's a secret conversation."
She looks so startled, and she goes, "How did you get up here?"
I'm not.
Oh my god. Oh dear.
Oh fuck. We've hit peak goblin
Holy shit.
Okay, so all I was saying from down here the whole time was that all I was really getting at was I was just saying, I think in terms of like being good in social situations, and why is everyone staring at? I think I would be good up on the stage in the chair up there. I just wanted to know what the requirements, because I feel like I could do a really good job. Thank you, Frank.
The assembled how do I even describe this? Fuck, my brain is falling apart. Sorry.
You know, if it makes it a little easier for you, I could take over for the NPCs real quick. Come on up! Feel free! You can be one of us! There are no requirements! You are very pretty and cool. And therefore...
Oh, yeah, perfect.
Thanks. I did my best.
The fucking... Alright, so as this is going on, sorry, the headmaster of the, fucking... He's a little too distracted by leaning over and watching Newt just unleash a small horde of fucking toads into the room. And Absalar is likewise just kind of like watching it with interest. And Kay, she can't decide whether it's more important to watch what's going to happen with these frogs, or if it's really important to just get a sense of like what's happening between Ketra and Dixie. But Kendra just slowly sits back down and she says, If you would like to occupy a position on the town council, it is a publicly elected office. When the seat for these empty chairs is open for re-election, then you can put your... She looks like she's about to say something, and she goes, yourself into the ring for election, and if you receive the popular vote, then you could receive the seat. It will be a fairly recent event, considering the previous occupant of the seat is no longer with us, and for good reason, so we will be happy to allow you to enter for the election. But please, in the future, do refrain from coming up on stage until you are called upon.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Yes. And Absalar is like, he's just watching all this bullshit going on with Newt. And he's about to get up, and he's about to be like, what the fuck are you doing? To, like, what Newt is doing there. However, there is an interruption that causes it to change, shall we say.
I'll kill the interruption with lightning.
Oh, God! Absalar stands up and he's pointing at Newt and he's about to say something. But before he can, I will play the music. Before he can, the door opens on the other side of the room, and two rather large individuals who look like they're wearing kind of scraggly clothes and heavy weapons come walking in. And they look very purpose-driven. They walk in down the middle of the aisle there, and one of them pipes up, and he says, "Oh, I've got business with you people here in town." And all of them are looking at each other, and the sheriff steps out in front of them and kind of holds up his hand. And as the two of them come up to Sheriff Baylor, they stop and just kind of like stare at him. And Kendra looks a little disconcerted, and they all kind of look at each other, and she just nods her head and says, Sheriff, these gentlemen they're more than welcome to make their case, please, if you will. Then the sheriff turns and nods, and he moves over to the side again. And as they walk up, Dixie, what was that? What did you do? Did you walk around them, or like?
I mean, I was going to box them in, but like everyone seemed like really cool about it, so I decided to stop. I changed my mind. They can go.
All right. So as they come bursting in, Dixie, did you try to stay unobserved by them while you were doing that? By the way.
I mean. Sure.
Alright, give me a stealth roll. Alright, do you want to keep that?
Sure. I don't think it really matters if they notice me. That I doubt they'll ask anything. They'll just like, oh, it's just a goblin running around. Oh, God. That one might even defend me, actually. They were over there the whole time.
The two of them walk up, And one of them says, "My name here is Horit, and this is Corgi. And one of you here is responsible for aid. You let somebody kill our fucking friend. They didn't do anything about it." And they all kind of look at each other, and Kendra goes, "Could you extrapolate on that, please?" "Yeah, our friend Ludric. He was laid out by some, as far as we heard it, some fucking naked red goblin. And nobody did anything about it." And they're looking at the council, and the council is literally looking at each other, and everybody simultaneously looks at Dixie.
No, don't look at me.
Dixie doesn't like to be naked. In fact, the only time that they were naked was when we forced them to take their clothes off.
That sounds really bad.
Yeah, it does. But
she's not gonna fix what she said.
That's understandable. Have a nice day.
All right. So they look at each other, and they look at you, Snooty, talking. Were you looking in Dixie's direction when you were saying this, by the way?
Yeah.
Alright. Desi, anything for you to mention, or are you just kind of like caught up in the drama of the courtroom?
Could make this worse, or I could make this better. Let's
roll
see.
for it.
Yeah, I guess I will. All right.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say, yeah, you know, it was really unfortunate what happened to your friend, but you know, you guys also assaulted your way into an establishment and then promised violence, so it was, you know, self-defense.
They're about to turn to look at what everybody's looking at and talking about, but they hear you speak up, Desi, and the two of them turn to look at you. And the one guy, this dude over here, reaches. He looks pretty pissed off, and he steps forward. He looks like he was about to grab you, but he just decides to point one big meaty finger into your chest. And he says, "What the fuck does a goblin know about anything?"
Wow! Wow! Immediately stands up.
I'm just gonna curl up into a ball in my seat and just kind of cover my face with the.
Newt's gonna come running over to this guy, with making sure the badge is clearly shown, and be like, "Excuse me, ma'am, is this man troubling you?"
Hello, new deputy. You are looking rather ravishing today. Look, this man over here, you know, has laid hands on me aggressively and without consent, in a courtroom, no less.
Sir, will you please step back? Newt's gonna like mimic like what she's seen like the like guards do, where like the hands hovering over the sling. Sir, I'm gonna have to ask you to take a few steps back out of the citizen's personal space.
He looks down at Newt, like completely wild-eyed at your your movement for it. Snooty, do you have anything to say as well, or are you just like watching this unfold?
Back off!
Ma'am,
my woman.
It's okay. Let me handle this. You don't need to get in. Citizen doesn't need to trouble themselves. The town has elected me for this task.
And I am considered technically, if we think of this as the people rules, I am a royal person because I'm chief wife.
That's
So
true.
they are
That
harassing
is true. That is
political person.
That is true.
true. Sir, do you, I need you to respond. For your own safety.
The big man just like, he looks incensed, and then he looks down at you, Newt, and his, like, the 3 brain cells that function as the cognitive processing in his brain put a few things together looking at the badge that you're currently wearing, and he turns around to the council and he says, Did you make a fucking goblin a deputy? And Kendra just kind of goes, That's absolutely correct, Mr. Corgi. I did indeed. She has shown herself to be a capable enforcer of the law and an aid to this town. More than I can say of you and your friend here. And they do make a good point. You did burst your way into the Pixie's kitten the other night and cause a violent disruption that was only barely resolved. If I am being entirely honest, the 2 of you should be in jail. However, we decided not to render that judgment. You are free citizens as of right now, but I would like to know what it is that you claim you are entitled to here. And Horrid...
Did he ever step away from Desi? Or is he still like... Up?
He's turned around and looking at them, and he's a little further away. Like, he's not, like,
Okay.
right up in her shit. So, I mean, if you want to do anything about him...
As long as he's, like, stepped away from her.
Yeah, he's not, like, right in her grills at the moment.
Gonna position myself in between Desi and him.
Oh, yeah. Defensive wife formation, go.
It's like, I'm so flattered. I'm just like, I can handle my own problems, but at the same time, I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna let this happen. I'm a strong, independent goblin woman, but you know what? I'm gonna let this happen.
Oh my goodness. Alright, so the big one over here, he's looking... He still has yet to have noticed Dixie. Dixie, you said you were curling into a ball?
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
On the... on the bench or under it?
On the bench. It's not like in a super big attempt to hide, more as it's just kind of like it's revisiting that moment that I don't want to do.
You know what? That's entirely fair. He steps forward and he says, It's well within our right and the culture we come from to seek out vengeance against the one who killed our friend. And they look at each other, and Kendra says, Yes, well, while that is the case in wherever it is that you originate from, here in Sandpoint we follow the law. And as such, then we are happy to arbitrate a resolution for compensation, I suppose, but I would not allow nor permit you within the borders of our town to openly engage in violent acts against another person in our borders. Is that understood? Newt, you move forward. What do you want to do?
Well, I'm gonna wait for her to finish talking, but I did get in a position between her and him, facing him. But once she's done talking, Newt will say something.
Okay, what do you say, Newt?
Excuse me, sir, but since you are living within the town limits, you are thereby having to follow the laws of the area. Whether or not culturally your laws apply differently, we would have to follow those if we were in your jurisdiction. So, unfortunately for you, your cultural laws do not apply within the Sandpoint jurisdictions.
This large man looks like he just barely suppresses the urge to grab you by the throat as he just looks down at you with disgust. And he basically, like, he scoffs at you in a way that, like, he does not recognize your authority whatsoever, but he just kind of goes, Well, whatever.
That is a good use of your freedom of speech. Thank you, citizen.
He narrows his eyes at you and says, "Could somebody get this little green fucking thing away from me?"
That is an offer, sir, and my wife.
Yeah, sir, you barge into a courtroom. If anything, I have the most legal precedence in this room between the two of us. You cannot lay a finger on me, or you will be in contempt of court.
Yeah, by this point, Oleg has also stood up and is like kind of moving forwards, and the sheriff is like he's like hand on his sword ready.
If you would like to calmly have a discussion with the council, I will be glad to facilitate that conversation. But if you are going to threaten or endanger the citizens of this court and town, then me and the sheriff will have to escort you out of the premises.
They're looking at each other, and they're looking at everybody in the room, and these guys they don't look like they fuck around. Like, they both are carrying very large, impressive looking axes and a couple of other hatchets and stuff. And these guys look like they live in wild places. Like, these dudes are barbarians. They look like they're beefy, and they look like they throw hands quite a lot. Like,
That's it.
What are you doing, Dixie?
Oh, you know what I'm doing.
Are you going to commit murder?
I'm boxing them up.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just gonna shoot them both.
Silver instantly thinks all goblins commit murder. Worse
Oh
than
my
the
god.
NPCs.
Jesus fucking.
True.
Alright, well, except
Fucking
They have-
racist.
Can I tell that Dixie's about to do any magic?
yes, you can tell that she's like, because to do House of Imaginary Walls, she has to mine it.
I'm gonna try to signal Dixie to be like, hold off for a second.
It's too late.
Do you stay? So you have a choice to make. You can either be end up in the box with them, or you can step back.
I've made my decision.
Wait, does she?
It's final.
Is it verbal or just?
It's literally just somatic. Like, all she has to do is mime. Like, she doesn't have to say it at all. She just has to mime a wall around.
Am I able to say something before she does it or no?
As she's starting to
is
do it, you could say something.
Dixie, stop!
Why?
As you say that, both of them turn around and look down. As Dixie, you have your hands out like a mime. And they both look down, and you can audibly hear the grinding of the marbles these two share. And then one of them points to go, the Corgi goes, Hey, I think this is a little red fucking goblin that killed him. Dixie, how do you respond?
I guess I'm famous. Fuck.
Did you just do the fuckboy face and everything too? Like bite slip and just like squints eyes? Like, guys, I'm famous.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. You guys think that, like, I did it? You guys really are racist. You see one red goblin and you just assume.
He goes Horrit over to the right says, Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the one. This is the one who done in Ludwig. And he looks like he's reaching for a hatchet. And as he's doing so, Kendra bangs the gavel on the table and she says, Gentlemen, enough. This is a court of law, and in here things will be handled as such. If you wish, we can have witness statements presented forth and render a verdict whether you are entitled to compensation or any other actions. However, If you seek violence in this courtroom, everyone in this space will have no choice but to restrain you, and it may turn ugly. Does anyone else want to make, like, an argument for, like, Kendra's proposition before I do any rolls for them?
Yeah, you're not gonna get compensation if you act in a violent manner.
Can I whisper in a way that only those two would hear me?
I would say due to your various spells and abilities, you could probably utilize a cantrip in that way, yes. Why? What do you want to say?
If you don't want to end up like your friend, you'll shut up and you'll leave.
I'll roll an intimidation roll.
Go ahead, roll me an intimidation roll, please.
Would that be with That's fine. I'll just roll it normal. Ooh. Goblin bullshit. Oh.
Hey!
Cool.
Oh! Nice.
Oh,
you,
that's the.
you
I wonder if that helped with my intimidation roll.
You just summon a dagger out of fucking nowhere.
Can I quickly just hide that real quick?
Yeah.
Quick, just hide that. Yeah.
Yeah. You.
I might look bad if they run away screaming and I just have a fucking dagger in my hand.
Rolling. Yeah, they're. You look up at
Just
them.
hide that real quick.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
Out of thin air, without them ever seeing you procure it or anything, you just summon a dagger in your hand while giving them an intimidating glance, and they both are looking at you as that happens, and there's a moment where they're just like, oh fuck, magic little goblin. And they look at each other, and as all of you are making your points to like kind of like influence things, they just kind of they share a quick glance and a thought, and they just kind of there's a moment that passes between them where they realize when to cut their losses, and one of them just goes, "Oh, okay, we'll submit to whatever the court has to say on the matter then." And they nod at each other as if they were the ones who came up with the idea.
I'll go ahead and sit back down.
Amazing. I love it.
So Kendra gestures to everybody to take a seat again. She says, "Please, everybody, return to your seats, and we will address this in a legal manner." So these two guys, they decide, they like look around for a place to sit, and they decide that they're gonna sit over here, just behind Dixie, and Sheriff Baylor is gonna keep them company. You're gonna sit with them, Newt?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair. Desi, are you gonna stay where you are, or are you gonna sit near Dixie?
Well, I mean, I'm over here by Snooty.
My wife.
Yeah, you guys can stay there.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. All right.
I'm gonna. I'm just gonna sit here and I'm just gonna lean on Snooty. I'm just gonna be like, my hero. That kind of thing.
Triumphant pose.
I'm gonna do like the Star Wars: A New Hope original cover. You know, I'm just gonna hold on to her leg, just being like, my hero. God, sorry.
No, that's okay. That's I need a cover. I need the Star Wars: A New Hope like pit poster image, but with the goblins and like. I need that in my life. Anyways, where is? Oh, this one. Sure, I'll let this play. I've just let the whole like fucking playlist of Phoenix Wright play.
Yeah.
All right. So Kendra bangs her gavel on the desk, and she says, all right. We'll do this officially, and we'll make sure that there's no loose ends. Under the agreement that you two gentlemen, if the ruling is passed, you'll accept it for what it is and raise it no further. Is that understood? And the two of them just kind of look at each other, and they look at Dixie, and they have a moment of, like, dead bitch, but then they nod their heads, because they're also like, that's a scary magic bitch. So she nods her head and says, the easiest way to determine the resolution of this conflict is first to identify what it is the parties seek. She looks at the two, and she says, what would you accept in compensation for the determined assault on your former friend if we rule in your favor, gentlemen? And they look at each other, and they're like, and Horror just kind of leans forward and he goes, money. How much money? And they lean in again. The other guy. 20, no? No. 22. 44. 45. 4,000 gold. And Kendra raises an eyebrow and says, very well. And she bangs the gavel, and she says, the accusers have outlined what they seek to enforce here, and are seeking compensation in the total of 4,000 gold for damages to determine whether the accused is guilty of this accusation, I suppose. We would like to call witnesses during the evening's proceedings. Now, I myself, Kendra Deverin, Mayor, speaking for myself, can confirm that I was present during the day, or rather evening, therein, along with Kei Tasrani and Amiko Kaijitsu. However, as we are ruling bodies in this judgment, we will reserve our elements of observation on this fact until other, witness testimonies can be provided. She gestures over to all of you guys, the goblins, and she looks like a little thoughtful about who to pick first, and she says, the court would like to call forth for our first witness of the evening's event, Newt, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kendra gestures and says, please join us on stage, Deputy Newt. She gestures to you and says, Newt, can you please give in the best factual recounting the details of the events that led up to the incident that happened at the Pixie's Kitten during your oil wrestling night?
Did she just ask what happened, when leading up, or what was the exact wording she said? Sorry.
She basically wants you to give an accounting as a witness for the event that happened during the wrestling stuff. So you can do with that as you will, as you will interpret that.
We were doing our wrestling, and then when the match was over and we were getting ready to have the second one, a man came tumbling down the stairs, and a large, angry fellow came down, and he was threatening everyone in the room. And even though the owner of the establishment asked him to calm down and leave, he refused. And then Dix had to end up responding in self-defense due to the man not listening to anyone's warnings and or requests to leave.
Kendra nods and says, and can you confirm that your associate over there, Dixie, was the one responsible for the demise of Mr. Oh, fuck, what was his name again? Ludric.
That is correct. It was done in self-defense, but, as you know, sometimes, things don't always go as planned when dealing with a violent brute.
She nods and she says, in your opinion, was Dixie's action justified, and do you think these gentlemen are entitled to compensation?
I think it was justified, and I don't think they are entitled to compensation because they, came in acting violent and injuring people. And just because their friend, what is the human term? Fucked around and found out does not mean that they should get paid for their fucking around. In fact, you do quite the opposite in the Pixie's Kitten.
Kendra stifles a laugh and says, very well, thank you for your testimony. You may return to your seat, Newt.
You are welcome, Your Honors. Sits right back down next to them.
As that's kind of like going on, they're kind of like looking at each other, the two guys here, and they're having like a conversation. And as you sit down, they just kind of both look at you, giving you like a dirty look. And Kendra gestures over to Desi, and she says, Desi, would you please take the stage and provide your accounting of the evening?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Do you want me to stand here, or do you want me to come up there?
Up here, please, dear.
Okay. Hi. Sorry, got little legs.
Alright. Provide your accounting.
Okay, so this is what happened from my perspective. We were engaged in, the Pixie's Kitten doing essentially what we were paid to do, which is put on slippery sports wrestling, right? And after that was resolved, everybody was fine. And then I remember a man tumbling down the stairs, which I think we're forgetting the fact that these two men and the third guy assaulted people on their way in and caused a man to fall down the stairs. I don't think we got an astute medical condition of the man, but there is multiple cases of assault. And on top of that, in a room with people without weapons, a man entered with weapons and demanded that he engaged in violence, otherwise he was going to trash the place. To which point, Your Honor, the term naked and afraid occurs really well here, not just for me, but pretty much everybody that was participating. And before this man could further cause violence to us and the others, I'm going to say he was struck down. Entirely on accident, mostly. I don't think Dixie ever means to necessarily kill anybody, but in the moment with somebody that tall and that frightening who's already caused violence, it is going to then either say that you need to fight him or he's going to fight everybody. I think it's pretty, it's a panicky situation. Honestly, and I see this as, a person of, conservative with violence. I would have done the same thing if I would have had a bomb or something on my person. Clearly the man was dangerous, drunk. He had already caused bodily harm and violence on the way in and had cornered a lot of unarmed people in a room with weapons. So, I mean, is it sad that a life was lost? Yes, I agree that it is always sad when life is lost. And I'm sure that even as the man was, well, storied with, well, past aggressions and whatevers, I still am sad that the man had died. However, I think we can't overlook the fact that not only did he assault multiple people, but he also did threaten everybody in that room.
She nods her head.
So,
And looking at the other council member, she says, an apt retelling of incidents, with a fair bit of conjecture. Do you believe that your companion Dixie was justified in her actions, and do you believe that these men here are entitled to compensation?
I think Dixie was fully in her rights, especially since multiple people were already harmed. It wasn't like she just randomly decided to smite somebody. This was, in fact, self-defense. But as for they getting 4,000 gold for the thing, I'm not sure. I think, first of all, that is a lot of money for something that, or I should say, the loss of somebody that they are not related to. And they were also in on the crime, which I am very sorry that they lost their friend, and I agree that they should have some sort of compensation. However, 4,000 gold is, well, Your Honor, if I could put it plainly, if I could get 4,000 gold by, convincing some drunkard to come in and harass people in a store and have somebody murder them, we wouldn't be talking, because I would already be going around earning 4,000 gold every day.
At this, one of the big barbarian guys stands up, and he just says, I object to that! And everybody turns to look at him, and he goes, it's caused it really hurts that our friend was killed, especially by a little fucking red thing like this, like pointing right down at Dixie. And he says, 4,000 gold is enough that we'll be able to, make life better from that horrifying accountant's so pointing down at Dixie again, and he says, just make it pay the gold. And the bang on the table. You sit down. You'll have your moment to speak. This is all fucking bullshit. Thank you, Desi, for your accounting and your witness testimonial. We appreciate it greatly. You may resume your seat.
Thank you. Why do you guys put the stairs on either side? You really should put some stairs in the front. And I could walk all the way down.
Kendra chuckles a little bit and says, your design notes are noted.
Thank you.
She gestures to Snooty. And she says, Snooty, would you kindly take the stage and provide your accounting of the evening?
Absolutely.
And she pulls out her monies either way, just in case. And she looks at them and then out, and she goes,
Ribbit. There's no one in there. Anyways, so the night of the happenstances concludes with we was wrestling in oil, like everyone was covered in oil, like the room was you were there, and you were there, and you were there, and turns around, Oleg was there, and dentist, and if there was any that guard and that guard,
points all the way to the guys all the way in the back.
they were there. So there's a lot of people who saw the happenstance, and the guy was super rude and mean and very scary, and and we all thought that he was going to beat us up, and we're just little goblins, and it was so scary. And if paying them makes them go away, holds out her monies. It only grabs 2 from it, and she goes, I will pay them this many because I don't know how count. Is this many?
Kendra gives you like an oh darling kind of like look.
And she's like starting to tear up, and she looks over at the 2 guys over there, and she goes,
you were mean to my wives, but I'm being nice and giving you my gold so you can leave my friend alone.
Kendra, go ahead, Snooty.
Can I roll for a performance check, please?
Sure.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually started tearing up, so hold on a moment. Oh. I'd like to goblin bullshit that one, because I have a +9, and I really don't want anything close to a 10, please. Thank you.
Sure. Go ahead, reroll it.
No!
Alright, I'll make my hit points 29.
No, you don't get hit. Kendra does.
Are you wait, I thought it's the... Oh.
A rock falls from the sky onto the head of the nearest creature to the goblin, inflicting a single point of bludgeoning damage.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
So
my luck has been really bad.
You come up on stage and make your point, and then start putting forth your sob story. And Kendra's like gives you a look like, oh sweetie, but then a rock materializes out of nowhere and clocks her at the side of the head, and she goes, what?
This town is cursed, and she just starts bawling even more into it to add it to the performance.
She looks so confused. And she just goes...
She's crying now.
She just doesn't know what to make of the situation, but she just pinches the bridge of her nose and says, please, get... and Father Abstellar comes over, and he takes a look at the injury on her head and uses a little bit of healing magics to kind of, like, tend to it. And she just nods at him and thanks, and he just nods back and takes a seat. And she goes, please, Snooty, calm yourself, please.
But he's going to threaten my friend.
I understand. It's a very emotional situation. We don't want to incite any emotional responses here.
The thing is that I'm in charge of these goblins. And so if any punishment goes on Dixie, for I am the chief wife, it shall go on me instead. But that's why I try give gold.
Kendra sighs and she says, your actions are very noble, and whatever hierarchy you append yourself to within goblin culture, I'm sure it can be considered, but for the time being, as a witness, I simply just need to ask you, do you think your friend's actions were justified in response, and do you think these gentlemen are entitled to anything?
They're entitled to this many's if it means they go away, but Dixie did what she had to protect us because he was very scary.
Kendra nods her head and she says, alright, you can take your seat again, Snooty.
Before she does that, before she takes her seat, she goes down. She goes over to them, kind of does a shimmy, and hands them each a single coin. And she goes, I hope that is how much you asked for. And she walks away over to Desi and goes and sits down.
They give each other...
their wife. I'm gonna pat her on the head.
They're so mean. They were so mean to other wife and Dixie.
Oh. I know, it was really terrible.
Couldn't have asked for better courtroom drama.
I'm cry laughing right now, so excuse me.
Holy fuck.
Oleg and Denise both each take a turn coming up and providing their witness statement, basically saying the same thing, that like they're completely justified, that Dixie seemed very justified in her actions, and that she was under threat, and that the gentleman was very big, like a much bigger, imposing figure than any of the goblins, and could easily be like a fatal threat to them regardless of what happened, and they think that these guys don't deserve a damn thing. Take their seats, and Kendra nods, and she says, "Very well. We've already heard the position of the gentlemen Horrid and Corgi, former associates of the now deceased former employee of the Pixie's kitten, Ludric. We understand that you all come from the same associated cultural background, and you handle things a little differently, albeit more violently from where you come from. But here in the town of Sandpoint, we do things by the law. Before I render my proceedings, she leans over and is trying to figure out where Dixie is. Dixie, are you like in a little ball behind Oleg and Denise?
I'm pretty sure I came out of my ball when I started threatening them, right?
Yeah. If you're not in the ball now.
I'm not in the ball anymore. I'm just kind of sitting there.
All right.
I know I'm really short, but like, you know, big hat.
Your hat. Your hat makes you a little easier to identify. So she leans over and she points at you and she says, "Dixie, would you kindly take the stage, please?" She calls you over to, like, come closer to her. She leans forward and gives you a little whisper, and she says, "If you want to take a seat at this table, I'm going to ask you to speak to everyone here. And I think it will go a long way to making sure people ensure that you're voted into one of these chairs, if you can do it well."
I just nod in response. I'm not saying anything.
She nods her head, and she gestures to everybody again and says, "The defendant will now make an accounting of herself for the evening and explain why her actions were taken as they were. Dixie, you have the floor."
You see, as a goblin from my particular background, I look out over the crowd. I used to be a part of a small goblin clan when I was very young. I've never killed anyone or anything until the moment in question. I am not a repeat offender. And all that I saw in the situation was people in danger and people in need of help. I am not a perfect person, and I've never claimed to be, but I feel like if we were to punish someone for defending others, I feel like that would set a bad precedent. The goblin clan that I used to be a part of did not last long, and out of me or any of my family here, I probably have the upbringing that is the closest to that of the humans here. I didn't really have parents or a family or much of anything of the sort, but I was raised in human culture, and
Go on.
I just pausing for a moment for time to think to myself about all that's happened and all that's going on and how to move forward and how to best speak my mind about it all. And just, I've seen too many people die because of inaction, because of people just being complacent and letting people go too far. And I wish that I could have gotten to this man far before it got to that point, to the point where he could have been talked to and helped out of the situation that he found himself in. But unfortunately, I did not get to him then. I got to him when it was too late, when he was threatening lives. And I did what I had to do.
Council all kind of look at each other and they nod. And the two guys standing there looking really sour-faced at you with their arms folded. Each of them are holding the gold that they were given by Snooty as well.
Just the 2 gold.
Yeah, yeah, the one gold apiece they're each holding in their hand.
If anything, I feel like the weight of the law should deal with the other 2 that did not manage to. I feel like the full weight of the law should fall onto those who helped perpetrate this crime, even though unfortunate things happened. They were still in the wrong and committed a crime. Threatened and endangered the lives of others. And I fear that if I didn't do what I needed to Ludric, that these 3 would have committed something that would have landed them a lot more time in bars that night. Or behind bars. And with my fluent English out of the way, I just go ahead and say, and I rest my side of things, my account.
They all nod at each other, and Kendra takes a moment, and she says, "Well said, and a solid perspective. Also, honey, I'll just let you know I can hear your keyboard the entire time you're talking."
No. My mic has been really fucky. I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
Should I roll a diplomacy check?
You can have one with advantage, yeah.
Okay.
Huh. Yeah.
Keep it.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Can I get a roll from chat for something, please? Just an exclamation mark D20 for anybody in the old chat arena. All right. Fair enough.
I'm scared about that roll, but that's okay.
Kendra nods at you, Dixie, and she gestures to the edge of the. You know what? This is not the appropriate music for this. Sorry, hold on. She gestures to for you to take a seat, and she says, "Your observations were very poignant, and I feel you made your case very clearly. You may take a seat." She says, "Please allow the council a moment of deliberation as we discuss amongst ourselves, and they will return with our verdict." As they kind of cluster together and begin discussing amongst themselves as quietly as they can, the 2 guys who are sitting there flanked by Newt and the sheriff, Dixie, you can see them like sitting behind you. And as you take a seat, one of them leans forward and he says, "Hey, how'd you kill him anyways?" Yeah?
Hopefully you'll never have to find out. I was just deciding, like, I was trying to think about how bad I should make that, but I'm just gonna leave it at that, I think.
So they look at each other and just kind of like a continuing on from the momentum of your intimidation earlier, and just kind of grimace. And one of the other guy just kind of leans forward and he goes, "Yeah, that's fair, but it was magic, wasn't it? It was definitely magic, right?"
Yeah, I'm ignoring them.
the one guy sitting
Oh.
Oh, yeah, Dixie.
I wanna turn around, give him a little bit of a grin, and then I'll turn back around and just look away, ignoring them.
They feel like they don't want to press the issue with you any further, and so Corgi turns to you, Newt, and he goes, "Hey, he's like elbowing you."
I'm gonna have to ask you to please remove your hand from me. You may not assault a person of the law like that without consequences.
What? It's not my hand.
What is your question?
It's my bloody elbow. It's not my hand.
Sorry, where we come from, anything being hit into a person, it can still be counted as assault. I don't know if in your culture elbows are exempt from assault, but it is not the case here, sir.
I love Cop Newt.
Fucking Cop Newt's my hero. I love it.
He kind of like, he just like a sheepish, like, okay. Well, you were there at the night. What did she do? What did she use? What
did you not just hear me say the whole recollection of the night when I was on stage?
What? I only heard that he was fried somehow, like he was set on fire, but inside. What kind of thing does that, huh?
Are they saying loud enough that like we can basically?
Oh yeah, they're not subtle about this at all.
Oh, Snooty goes and says out loud, "A cloud appeared within the underground and lightning explode."
They look like they're kind of they're nodding at each other, kind of having a moment of a moment of an epiphany almost. And as they're looking at each other and talking, and he looks kind of impressed, Corgi leans over to you, Newt, and continues talking like, "Hey, is she right? Was it like a cloud? Did she, like, pointing at Dixie, did she like summon the weather inside?"
I am not gonna waste further citizens what's the word? Taxes with your ignorant questions. My wife has answered your question, and I do not feel like her word needs me to back it up because it has enough meaning on its own.
Corgi just kind of gives you like a bah kind of like reaction, and the Horrit beside him just turns and leans past Sheriff Baylor, like literally leaning over the sheriff, who's just like he's just about ready to snap. Like he's this, like, Baylor looks like he's about this close to just decking this guy in the face as he's leaning right in front of him, like breathing in his face, and he's like talking to you, Desi, and Snooty in general, and he's like, "No, but really, pointing to Dixie, can your little friend here control the weather?"
Yes, and I can sing a magic song and make you feel better.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't really have a whole lot of magical capabilities. It is a field of science that I am currently studying. However, could blow everybody up if I wanted to.
You really shouldn't mess with a bunch of tiny goblins, especially when you guys are so scary.
Yeah, you have to understand, sir. We have to punch up, as it were, like every.
You guys are basically at a good position for us to use a certain something as what's it called? Punching bag.
Ah, yes. The dreaded sack tap. And if she has the barf stick, oh man, you're good. It's gonna
the
be
barf
double
stick.
back.
You can ask the sheriff about the barf stick. He's seen it in action.
They look a little disconcerted at the mention of a barf stick. Also, thank you very much for the raid, Luna in Japan. Really appreciate it. Hope you raiders welcome, settle in, enjoy the courtroom drama of We Amz Goblinz, which will be wrapping up here shortly and allowing our players to move on with their lives. But as this conversation is going on, they just kind of like the two of them look at each other and are kind of nodding their heads like in approval. They just are kind of like they're starting to realize that you guys are a little bit more of like an intimidating looking group. and they're talking amongst each other. Hold on, let me change this music a little bit here. So as they're talking amongst each other a little bit more, they're having like a hush discussion, and Kendra eventually, as you guys all return to what you're doing, Kendra bangs on the desk and she says, "All right, the council has made their decision." She looks like she's about to talk, but for a moment there, one of the barbarians holds his hand up and he goes, "We'd like to change our request." And they all look at each other. And the one, they like nod at each other. And the one guy goes, "Yeah, in light of learning that points at Dixie, this one can do magic weather shit," and pointing at Snooty and saying, "And that one's got magic, and that one's got explodey things, and I'm pretty sure magic. And if I'm not mistaken, because that one's hovering a foot over the thing that she's sitting on, it's probably magic too, yeah? We've decided that it's probably not worth our time and effort to start shit with a bunch of magic fucking goblins." And they're just kind of like all the counselors sitting up there, and they say, "However, we would ask that, in light of recent unemployment, that, he looks kind of bashful and says, if, they would perhaps be looking to hire any muscle or anything, we'd accept an offer of employment as a rest as an apology."
They want to be our slaves? Oh my gosh!
I thought you guys already had one of those.
Yeah,
we'll get more.
I was talking about Ghoulie.
Oh, Ghoulie has more rights than you.
Yeah, Ghoulie's in charge of you.
So looking at each other, the council looks super confused. But Kendra just kind of like...
Goblin hire, whatever you said earlier about like how leadership works. If they want to do that as an apology to Dixie, then we will happily have them do that. But if they don't say anything, like if they do bad things, we will tell Sheriff Balor. If that is what they want to do, I don't mind having more hired muscle.
Kendra looks a little, like, exacerbated. It's just like this fucking day. And she sighs and she points at you, Dixie, with her gavel, and she says, "Does the defendant agree to settle this matter if they are willing to offer a temporary employment period to these individuals to later be determined if they are worth employing long-term or not.
I would agree to such terms so long as they spent a mere measly 2 weeks behind bars for the damages that they caused to people other than myself.
They look at each other for a moment. The one guy goes, "Oh, hold on now." And Kendrick has a thought and says, "I have an alternative to suggest if it might be workable." She gestures to the two gentlemen sitting behind you, and she says, "If the accusers are willing to accept the offer of employment, they will forego 2 weeks' worth of wages as community service for their efforts in causing hazards and wanton destruction in the town of Sandpoint, and after that probationary period has expired, the defendant reserves the right to continue to offer them employment or not. Is that satisfactory?" And the two of them look at each other, and they're like, "Oh, fuck, we could end up in jail." And they're like having a bit of a discussion. Jesse, did you want to say something?
I would also like to remind these two before they make a decision that I will, of course, be accommodating them with their own out of manor, essentially in the backyard living area. So you guys could, if you wanted to, do your, well, drinking and partying and have whoever over you wanted. It would be your your barracks. And if you would like to be under our employ, instead of being behind bars, after this, we can go shopping and get some lumber and we can start construction on that.
They seem to be like, they're like, "Oh yeah, like backyard party time." And they look at each other, and there's a moment of like their minimal brain cells immediately click, and they both turn to you and nod. And they both turn to Kendra and nod in synchronicity. And she just sighs and says, "Ah, very well. If there is no further issues to be brought up or things that are needing a resolution, I can declare this matter closed. I will, however, open the court to anyone who has anything else to say before I render a verdict."
I'd just like to say thank you for your time and patience while dealing in these matters. I understand that it has been a very busy morning.
Kendra nods at you. Also, thank you for the $13.37.
Yo, thank you for the leap tip.
So,
Kendra?
What? What are you saying?
Keep that seat warm for me. I'll give a little wink.
Zelenara, thank you very much for that contribution of $13.37. And yes, Kendra gives you like a little bit of a sly nod and says, "Very well." As she kind of sighs and says, "Then it is the verdict of this council and myself as mayor that these two individuals, Horit and Corgi, are to be offered 2 weeks of probationary employment with waived pay in exchange for their costing of the Pixie's kitten and damages sustained, and to which from that point forward, our defendant will render judgment of whether they would wish to offer continued employment for these gentlemen in their service, and I don't really care what you end up wagering for whatever wages or compensation is required. That's between all of you. But for now," bangs her gavel, "the matter is settled. Thank you all for being civil. This concludes today's session of council." And she gets up and stands up. And unless anyone has any other business to bring to our attention, I will adjourn this meeting.
Oh,
It goes in the middle.
I hate using this word, but I will only do it for the meme. Daddy Ass Blaster! Would you help us with the ceremony for me and my wives to get married? properly.
Can it be a joint wedding? I'm kind of in job over here too.
And Dixie.
He looks so confused and says, "Oh, yes, I suppose I can render a marriage. That's within my power to do. I have, oops."
Don't we need to be citizens first?
He shakes his head and says, "No, marriage is not really a matter for, I suppose, on the legal end of things, in terms of tax elements and whatnot, residency, etc., etc. That's
We can apply for that once we have our citizenship stuff.
yes,
written
yes,
out.
yes. What Snooty said, I can officiate and perform a ceremony at any time, and then the legal matters can be settled at a later date. Officiation is. It really depends, though. I'm afraid. Do you have a particular god that you worship, or is it really just a general purpose ceremony you're looking for?
I know Newt. The snappy snap in the sky. Well,
This big snappy jaw in the sky.
And I know our tribe celebrates a big metal bird in the sky. I don't know about Dixie's stuff, but that's what we got. Not the same, I think, as you.
Okay.
So.
I think Dixie definitely uses Reddit. She's an atheist.
Absalar just kind of like looks a little thoughtful, and he goes, "Well, you see, the issue that is, I don't know if I suppose as long as you're all willing to consider it an officiation under your beliefs, then I can do it. I represent a great many pantheons running the cathedral here, and while my own associations are specific, it is within my right as a spiritual leader in this community to officiate such ceremonies. So yes, if we want to discuss a time and a date and however you wish to approach the affair, then we can do a wedding. But I'm sorry, wives plural? Is that what?
Yeah.
What? Multiple
points to Desi, points to Newt, and points to Dixie.
Wives.
Hey, wait! Why'd you point to me?
I thought you said you wanted to be a part of the. Okay, then not Dixie.
I'm marrying Frank.
Oh, right, and Dixie needs to marry Frank.
I just want to mention Dixie is, she was basically raised into the more traditional human traditions of the current era. So she is also more of the monogamous kind.
Okay. A one hat kind of gal.
One hat kind of gal. It's not a hat. His name is Frank.
All right.
To put it properly, the one skull warmer kind of gal.
Yes.
She wants to be the kind of girl you could really hang your hat on.
Oh my god. Anyways. Absalar just kind of like gives some thought to it, and he says, well, the details will need ironing out, I suppose, but you've already done me a service here in town.
We don't iron Frank, he's self-ironing.
Yes, well, good. Anyways, I'm happy to facilitate the...
She said the word.
It's like the metal bird is using you like a puppet.
Shut up. I'm happy to facilitate whatever ceremony you require as long as it doesn't cross any boundaries of my side of worship, but the cathedral here in Sandpoint is one of open worship and a great deal of openness in general. So I suppose as it's if we're not officiating a ceremony in the name of Pazuzu or Lamashtu, then yes, fine. It seems reasonable to me.
What about Baba Yaga?
He looks at you with like a the look on his face is like a very serious one, and he says,
What?
"Do you
Well,
do you associate with the Queen of Witches?"
Hold on, let me run a perception check real quick to see if I should lie or not.
Okay.
I'd say that's good enough to tell that something's wrong and maybe I should backstep. I'll just what? No, I was just curious, just kind of in general, just kind of curious.
Yeah, so
real curious. I got real invested for a while.
He points his finger out at you, and he says, "If you are the type to treat with that horrifying creature, then I would ask that you spend no time at all within my cathedral. I will not accept any followers of that disgusting, wretched woman anywhere within..."
I said that it wasn't. The court record will read back.
Are you saying objection?
Objection!
He points at you.
Reads and shows that I did not say that. I did not perjure myself, and I have never once even said that I was with Baba Yaga, and you are just insulting my natural speaking voice.
He points his finger further out at you, and he says, "Do you or do you not treat with that disgusting creature?"
I would never, have never, and will never. I guess I kind of just didn't realize how serious it was the first time,
He seems to settle down a little bit. He's really fired up.
She frankly disgusts me too. I think it's gross. What she does.
Hey chat, can I get an exclamation mark D20 real quick? Just something on the side that I need to get a rendered verdict on that front. So just any old exclamation. Oh, okay, fair enough. All right, yeah, things continue on as normal.
Why do we dislike her?
Astelar, Kay is like reaching out and being like, it's okay, Father Astelar, and he's just kind of like, I'm sorry,
kind of overreacted, I think, but
he nods his head and says, I apologize. I just many do not speak that name in good company.
Are we not allowed to speak that name? I mean, it's a person, right, or a thing, or something. Am I not? I thought we could like talk. I didn't. Is there a prop? I'm sorry.
Sorry, your reaction is just too. It's fucking killing me. And Avsalar like leans forward and he says, "Baba Yaga is the Queen of Witches, And she
I mean,
is
you
a
said that, right?
horrible monstrosity. And he like looks around at the assembled audience and he says, anyone who treats with the likes of that creature is not welcome within 100 yards of my cathedral. Is that understood?
Understood. Like a little salute.
So you're going to marry Dixie and Frank, right?
And he slowly nods his head and says, yes, you are welcome to come to the cathedral at your leisure, and we can plan out a ceremony for all of your marriage needs.
Okay.
He
want to marry Baba Yaga. I'm kidding. I won't say it.
You're on thin ice, Dixon.
I won't say it. I'm not saying it.
There will be a 2-week suspension. Turn in your gun and badge. Anyways, Kendra nods and says, and looks down at you, Studi, and says, does that satisfy your business?
Yes. Thank you. Bah, bah, bah.
She sighs and says, does anyone else have any further business with the council here today before I adjourn the meeting?
Oh, actually, I wanted to just say that you're very pretty.
And then she sits down.
Like, when you start talking, she's like... when you say that, she goes... Thank you, Snooty. I appreciate that. It's nice to hear compliments. I sometimes find myself in a thankless job, and it is nice to have appreciation. She kind of looks at everybody and says, all right, final call. Any important matters, or shall I adjourn?
No. I think we are good.
She bangs her gavel and says, very well then, this council meeting is adjourned. You may all return to your business for the day. I will be retiring to my office to process the day's events. As she gets up and everybody starts filing out, I am going to continue to play some ambience for the area. Alright. So, as the court is adjourned and everybody begins to file out of the area and they're all talking amongst each other, Denise... so these two guys, they basically, like, stand up and they nod at each other. And they're kind of like, alright, we both got paid a gold, and now we have potential future employment, so these idiots seem satisfied at the time being. Corgi, meanwhile, he turns to look at you, Newt, and he goes, sorry to be a bother to you. No hard feelings? And he holds his hand out.
No hard feelings. I was just doing my job, citizen.
Do you take his hand and shake it, or do you just say that and not?
Yeah, and like Newt will do like a very firm grip too, trying to be like all like, you know.
Give me an athletics roll, please.
How do I do? Oh wait, it's over here. Goblin bullshit, go!
Oh god, alright.
No!
Amazing. I love it. You grimace as you can feel like your hand's being crushed in this man's massive fucking hand as he's like shaking the hand. He's not doing it intentionally, he just has this huge grip to him and you're just like, oh, my hand. How do you want to react to his incredibly firm handshake, Newt?
Hold on. Newt will be like, ah! My hand! Ah!
He moves his hand away and goes, oh! Sorry. Yeah, small goblin hand. I'm sorry about that.
It's okay, citizen. It was an accident. And if today should teach us anything, accidents are tragic but happen, and we must do our best.
They nod at you, and he's like, "Yeah, wise words. Wise words." Meanwhile, Denise turns around and she kind of like gets up and moves over to this row of seating, and she sits next to you, Dixie, and she says, "Dixie, you did a very good job up there."
I know.
Swag. But she just like she nods at you and says, "You know, you and I. Did you mention something about running for council?"
Maybe.
She looks a little like she says it in more of a way that a mother would reassure her child, but she goes, "Well, you have my vote."
Thanks.
Oleg turns around and he goes, "Yeah, my vote too. I think you could bring a lot of good change to this place."
You also have my vote.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
As you guys are kind of milling about and stuff, eventually, for narrative's sake, you guys, the four of you are in the same area here, and they're all, you know, everybody's having a conversation, blah, 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 etc. And Amiko walks up to the four of you, and she says, "You know, if you're in the market for more usable property, I might have an arrangement for you that you might want to pursue."
Oh? What sort of property are you dealing in?
She kneels down in front of all four of you, and she looks kind of a little conspiratorially to the left and right, and she clears her throat and she leans in and she says, "How good are you at dealing with ghosts?" And before any of you can respond, I think that is where we will end tonight's session.
You can't just tell me ghosts and do that.
It's okay, Desi. It turns out when there's ghosts, we are who they call.
You know what? That is true. We've made that joke before.
I ain't afraid of no ghost.
Gonna get more holy water. Gonna make more bombs. That hurt ghosts.
Well, there's one ghost you guys should be rightly terrified of, at least, that you've encountered.
You know, the one that knows what we look like.
Ludric's ghost comes back. I fucking strike that
Is
shit
she
with
the
lightning, too.
gatekeeper or the keymaster?
There may be a crazy psycho killer ghost on a small island who makes
psycho killer.
No talking heads. Stop it. Stop it. All right. Anyways, warband. Anyways, thank you, chat, for being here. We appreciate your company and we appreciate your support as always. Those of you who contributed throughout the evening, we really, really appreciate that. For the follows, thank you for being here. We really appreciate that. Oh, that's the auto timer. Sorry, everybody. Yeah, that needs to be fixed. I can do that right now. But for the time being, this is the fixed one that has that space where it needs to be. So essentially, if you guys liked what you saw here tonight, I would really appreciate it if you could join in following each and every one of those links that you see there. For all those people on screen, they are all very critical, important elements of this this magic. And there is also a list there of everyone we've ever had involved in the project. We will probably end up with another guest goblin next weekend if all goes well, but I'm not making any promises. It just depends on how things pan out. But for the time being, thank you all for being here. We really appreciate you and hope you all have a wonderful night. Effie, do you want to find a raid target for us? And,
Absolutely.
we'll get us all lined up for all the closed out shit. But another reminder to all of you folks, if you like what you see here, you can absolutely go ahead and make any contributions that you'd like that will count towards the Goblin Bullshit Pool. Essentially, the way that works is any $10 increment that we receive in profit from either subs, donations, or bits, oh god, excuse me, goes towards increasing the pool by 1. And it is a reroll system / down system. So they can use 4 points to revive themselves or 1 to reroll a roll, but they have to accept the results. And there is a random effect on the table every time they use them, which adds a very humorous element of chaos to things. Outside of that, also, if you guys like the kind of shit that I put out there and want to see the back end of this stuff get developed better, I do have my Patreon there, Silver Kestrel Studios. If you join the Patreon, you'll get access to our behind-the-scenes beta documentation for everything. All the roll tables we use will be up on there as well. And a lot of our art assets that we use in our projects are available on there. So if anybody wants to jump in there and get use out of those for your own shenanigans, you are more than welcome to do so. So if you guys like the idea of a whole shitload of awesome tokens and art assets and, you know, developing tabletop RPG stuff, along with a lot more to come, please consider joining and supporting the Patreon there. So Patreon / Silver Kestrel Studios. I would appreciate anybody willing to do that, because that little passive income generation per month helps us pay artists and all kinds of things in relation to that. So please, if you are able to do so, it would be very, very appreciated. But outside of all that, let me check in with the wonderful goblins, and then we will go ahead and do our raid. So let me kick it off with Honey. Honey, did you enjoy your Dixieing around today?
Yeah, I hope I was trying to be a little bit more active today than normal. I hope I wasn't like butting in too often. I feel like I might have done a little bit much, but that's all a part of playing and learning and doing better. And honestly, I always have fun on goblins. I fucking love this shit. It's a lot of fucking fun every single Sunday. I cannot express how much fun it all is, and how much I appreciate all 4 of you, and everyone in the chat, obviously. It's always fun, it's always enjoyable, and I'm slowly getting more and more into Dixie, super fucking loving her, so it's just been a lot of fun to explore, and I can't wait to see where this all leads to.
Me too. I see a wide, broad future for this campaign and all kinds of fun things to come, so I look forward to it. And where we're at in months from now, or even longer, I am excited to see what the future brings, because I feel like things could at any point start ramping up pretty hardcore. But I guess it really depends on how willing I am to leave the town of Sandpoint and go out into the rest of Galarian. But
well, just think about it. When we finally end Goblins on episode 609, or like episode 669, you know, we'll just start. I don't know. We'll start a whole fucking band of, like, I don't know, kobolds or something. And we'll be on the other side.
There's a lot of things I've written to start machinations and movements to be made behind the scenes, but we only make progress a certain number of days each session. So,
sometimes we don't even leave the house.
Yeah, it's fine though. It's a lot of fun. There's no reason that we need to hurry things along, but as the days progress, there is more happening. There are events at hand that are far beyond what you guys are doing. Also, Violet, hello, welcome, happy you're here. Jasmine, did you enjoy nuding it up with your... Did you enjoy my official deputization of you?
I did. And I have been enjoying doing what Newt thinks a sheriff or a guard should do, and it feels like a kid trying to act like a grown up.
I appreciated your endeavors.
And it's like there's like a cop voice that Newt gets into, and I don't know. It's just another fun thing, like angle I can do with Newt.
I like it too. I think it's another amusing thing, and now we got to figure out what the deputy badge looks like. I got to get somebody to illustrate it because that'll be a good chuckle. Whatever that kind of interpretation comes to pass as. But good job, Newt, and I appreciate your clever interjections, and look forward to next Sunday's session as always. Ash, did you enjoy snootying it up?
I did. I've been having a really shitty week, and just knowing that Goblins was going to be here at the end of it all was really comforting. So I thank you guys so much for always starting and ending my week with something fantastic.
Aww. It'll make me cry. I agree. I think that Goblins is one of my favorite things about the week, and I love telling this story, and I love the story you guys tell with me, and at any point you guys could bring it off the rails and take it anywhere, and I would be willing to adapt to that, because Galarion's a fucking hell of a place, and I love it. But I look forward to more shenanigans to come, and to see what you guys end up doing next. And also, I will let you all know that as a result of your efforts in the courtroom today and resolving that court encounter, I'm going to award you all 50 experience points.
I'll happily take the 50 points. However, I will make an argument that I think Snooty should get some extra, because she definitely she killed some hearts with her sympathetic appeal to the court with paying them, and I think that if I had to do some votes, I think Newt and Snooty did pretty good. Also Dixie. Actually, can they get 5 extra XP to help, some extra XP to help them catch up? They were great. Come on. Can you give them 10 extra XP apiece? Come on.
Okay. Desi, did the help my friends catch up to me plea awards everybody but Desi 10 XP.
Oh yeah.
I did say at the start of this project that the XP was arbitrary and woefully imbalanced. I'm going to continue to give random bullshit reasons for XP gains.
It's fucking Griffin. It's goddamn Hogwarts. I tell you, it's goddamn Hogwarts.
400
really
more
is.
points, and I get to be level 4. I'm so excited.
How many more points?
400.
All right, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna give you the bombs, and you're gonna bet me. All right, that's what we're gonna do, okay?
Before we raid out though, Effie, did you enjoy Desiing it up?
I really fucking did. I was really tired today. I woke up a lot, but you know what? It was really fucking good and cool. Just kind of sit back and watch everybody really fall into their characters. I really love Deputy Newt. I think it's fucking just the best thing ever. I love Snooty this episode too. It was fucking great. She was just hamming it like at every point. It was fantastic. I like that Dixie's getting in and getting a little bit more comfortable and just kind of doing her thing, and it was a fucking riot. I had hiccups. I had a mute for like his part because I laughed so hard. I got fucking hiccups, and I'm not even mad about it. I just like it's fucking great. Like and just being Desi and I just love it because she's 4 foot, but she's got the actually like like the amount of bullshit from society roles that I've gotten and stuff, and like the knowledge for like property and stuff like that. It's been pretty fucking amazing. I love our little group of goblins. They make me happy every Sunday. I always just sit here. Like yesterday, I'm playing Cyberpunk and I'm having a good time. And I was like, oh, it was Saturday. Now it's Sunday. When I wake up, it's gobbo time. And you know what? Everybody needs some gobbo time in their life. All right, it's pretty great.
I agree. Sunday, Monday is my favorite day combo of the week. I love doing goblins and I love doing Aether, so all of that stuff is it's my favorite time. And yeah, that's the way the cookie dildos. I don't know. Anyways, thank you everybody for being here. A reminder for those of you who haven't already, if you could give a follow to each and every one of those wonderful Twitch channels who are everyone who's involved in this project, I'd really appreciate it.
Can I do a plug as well?
Sure.
Hi, as if you like the goblins and you like our weekly escapades and everything like that, we really do appreciate all your love and support. But you know who would really benefit from it? Silver. Do you know that Silver has a studio Patreon that he uses to fund all the good stuff that he does? Like everything, like Jesus Christ. Sometimes this man like sits there and he tells me, Effie, get the bucket. And I'm like, oh God, are you sick? And he just goes, blah, and it's just story, plot, genius, mechanics, rules. And he goes, oh God, I made another module. And we're just like, wow, that's amazing. But did you know for $5 a month that you could basically feed and clothe this bird to keep him out from the fucking cold and all the atrocities of the world? But
for only $5 a month.
And the worst part is, whenever he brings the bucket and vomits all those great ideas, he gets so turned on.
Literally cheaper than a cup of coffee at Starbucks.
God. For those of you that know that for legal purposes, this is a joke.
I'm not in the
This is a group
guys.
meme that we pick on him. It is okay, but no, for real.
Yeah,
like,
we make fun of him, but he's a good boy.
He's seriously a good bean. Every chance I get, if I get a chance to actually just talk him up, I do. Literally as much as
Absolutely.
I can.
Oh. Alright, that's enough fucking of that shit. Anyways, I am glad that you guys all enjoy the shenanigans we get up to. Those of you who support our project, we really appreciate it. This is one of my favorite campaigns I've ever run, and it's a lot of work, but it's also a lot of fun. You know, like doesn't feel like work. So that is why it is. It's pretty dope ass, you know. But to that effect, thank you all again. Really appreciate you guys, and I am going to start the raid now. Whoop, there we go. Drazik.
Oh yeah.
Drazik is doing a charity event.
Yes. Drazik's my older brother. He's doing a 24-hour charity event for, let me get the thing. It's for blah, 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 blah. Extra Life. And they are about $400 away from their $2,000 goal. I'm not saying that you guys have to donate. I'm just saying they're in the home stretch. They've been playing a little bit of everything. They were playing, Risk of Rain 2, and now they're playing some Valheim, it looks like. But yeah, he's just my older brother. I love him dearly, and he's trying to help save kids. So if you guys just want to throw some views at him, or give him a follow or whatever, I'd appreciate it. That's just a favor that you can do to me personally. That's my selfish plug. But yeah, that's it.
Well, there we go. Well, in that case, thanks again, everybody.
Oh, also tomorrow we have Aether. So if you like RP, D&D, and that kind of thing, we're also doing Aether Chronicles, which is we'll be playing our characters over in Aether Chronicles. We will probably be streaming it all on our separate own channels. So do make sure that you click on those people, because god damn it, we will be in there. We will be doing stuff. We will be role playing some more as our own perspective characters. So.
All right, goblins, say goodbye, and we will raid on out.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.